Fine.
All right, welcome. You're joining us. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. For Group 5, Ride or Die, question mark. Still yet to be decided, but they're riding in with Ride or Die for the Coliseum here. Everyone say hi.
Hello.
Hi, chat.
Ride or die.
Yay. So session 31, I believe, for the group here. And happy holidays. I suppose it's a holiday special. No, I don't even know.
It's special.
Yeah,
Are
it's
we gonna
special,
fight
right?
Santa?
That's the
Honestly, I
last boss.
actually thought about creating a Santa NPC and having you fight them. But then,
And we get a bunch of
lore-wise,
magical
it would
goodies
get
in there.
very strange. Fighting this very obese humanoid that's in a sled with reindeer flying around, throwing
Like an army of
like
gnomes.
literal elves at you that you have to fight, and then bombs for presents. I think that would be really, really rough. I mean, fun, but we're here. We're serious. We're in the
this
game.
is a serious game.
This is serious. All right.
Super cereal, guys.
Okay, so we're at in terms of the game, like recap wise. We spent a lot of time going through the necessary steps to get into the Coliseum to fight. One of those steps was to go to House Kulores and to speak to the Lanista there, which is basically the House Lord, right? Running the Coliseum. This Gold Dragonborn actually had some ties in with the Belknok, and then was able to give some information in terms of the Crystal Desert and like the dynamics, the power dynamics, and the things that are happening there, as well as the specifics of like the Belknok traditions. So, again, it's just like skimming, very general, but you've all have never heard anything really about the Crystal Desert. No one ever talks about it, and it's definitely a place no one really goes, right? So this, though, Coliseum-wise, like they pull monsters from the Crystal Desert, so they can be a resource there, at least cool res, right? Can be a resource, getting information about what's going on in said desert. So anyways, you signed up, you did group competition, which we're currently in now, and then we have the individual competition coming to here. And so Frank, you signed up for the individual competition, so that'll be in the afternoon, and then the group competition is in the morning, right? So you are you all decided to go to House Fortune Favor, place your bets. It's very simple, right? Try to figure out, let's put our coin down, get some more coin in addition to the grand prize, so that way we can kind of duplicate and exponentially get more coin for our efforts here in the Coliseum. And from there, we went and fought. Went through one round of the group, just 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex, it seems, and we are waiting for the second round of this competition. Okay, so a little bit of a forewarning. This session will probably be just filled with combat. It depends on how quickly we get through it, but most likely we'll take the majority of the session. We will be literally fighting. So, yeah. Anyways, buckle yourselves in. Let's do it.
Hell yeah.
All right, get some ambiance going. All right. So you have just left the field of play. You are now going through the rampart to the south, going back into the same holding area that you were in before. Same holding area that you encountered the Ketor Autumn, which Temeri Adventure Group no longer. And you saw the barbaric, mountaineers, right? So these different groups that are in here. There's also like solo competitors now coming in, taking advantage of the blacksmiths, right? Because there's numerous blacksmiths here that are doing repairs and quick work. There is additional rampart that leads out on the southwest side that they most likely kind of pile the bodies near that, and then they cart them up that rampart roughly 25 to 30 feet to get outside of the Coliseum into the Cheapside district of the city. So you've been in contact with the Crusal. That is the house representative that's been kind of assigned to your group. They did some healing for Sir Dougal, which didn't have much of an effect because you all leveled up, so you're going to get your full health anyways, get all your spells back. But kind of showcases that the Crusal is on your side, in addition to being like a scholarly administrator, regent, herald, however you want to phrase it. they also have capabilities of healing, and they are kind of have healer kits and other things that they can do for you and in preparation between the rounds. You're more than welcome to get some drinks, right? They're filling a long bar with some riddled with this kind of sandstone-ish, very reminiscent of like Coolres, right? Inside of that grand chamber. And they're just kind of filling these steins and clay mugs with ale and water and other beverages and just setting them down for people to, competitors or servants really to just garnish and gather of themselves. Loaves of bread sitting down there as well, some other food products in baskets and treats and things. The kitchen is full-fledged, right? It has multiple different ovens. There's cupboards. There's other things, and that sits in kind of an alcove section on the east side of this room. And it's not exactly that large, this holding area, because it is filled with many different like wagons and carts, and the blacksmiths, and then the central pillar with the tables, with Crisal kind of working with that central pillar, seems to have some mechanism to deliver paperwork and things. So again, you're kind of finding your table. You're sitting down, and you're getting ready for the next round.
Cool.
Is there somewhere to see the rankings visible to us?
So, as you're wondering that, you're kind of looking around because you are actually the last to go through. So you clearly would easily be able to know. Crisal actually has gone to the central part, right? Went in and started delegating, kind of speaking with the other representatives, and they're kind of going through these sheets of paper, and then the Crisal actually is going to come up to you with kind of a clipboard with a piece of paper. Wow, you all did really well. So, looks like you're all in the lead.
There we go.
Beginner's luck.
18 seconds. It's impressive.
We could have done it faster.
Wow, really?
I feel like if I'm looking at Dougal right now, a little zombified, I feel like, maybe he didn't get launched on a little bit. Maybe it could have been a little faster.
The closest group to you was over a minute, about a minute and 17 seconds.
Oh,
I mean, to
Oh,
be
wow.
fair, I missed a couple of shots, so it could have been a lot faster.
it's okay, Aries. Put my hand on your shoulder. You'll get him this time.
Our barbarian also probably could have rage. Your muscles weren't as bulgy that fight, Frank.
You wouldn't like him when he's angry.
Still missed literally half of my hits, so I don't think it would have mattered much.
How did you miss so much and not get angry?
Because
That's
the axe
good.
is. I'm getting used to the axe. You saw the weird stuff it did. It's
That's true. It's got eyeballs. So
I'm not used to this
Got
sort of weaponry.
eyeballs, it's got
He's
blood.
just freaked out. Yeah,
I
he
mean,
can't deal
to
with
be
it.
fair, don't our shields have eyeballs on them?
They're not real eyeballs.
I mean, that's fair.
This one's. I think they're winking at me. I don't know.
Has it talked to you yet, Frank?
I have not heard anything speak to me just yet. But
So, out of curiosity, does it get harder after this?
Yes, well, I mean, I don't really speak from experience besides just observing and tending to wounds and seeing quite a lot of you die. I can assure you it does get more difficult, but not in the sense of a challenging fight. It looks towards like Frank, right? More the creatures they get more intelligent and they are more difficult to kill.
So having a way to control them and keep them from moving is beneficial.
It could be. It could be. Anyways, I have some more paperwork. We have to send this up to Lanice's balcony, but is there anything that you all need? Wounds to be healed? I can get you all some food from the kitchen there. You need to get yourselves up. Again, I'm here to serve you. It's my position, so.
No, I mean, honestly, I feel like they didn't even touch me, so I'm fine.
All right. Well, the crowd is definitely in your favor. Use them, and just holler if you need anything, and I'll come get you when it's your time. Second round's beginning now. You're kind of a small horn being blown in the distance, and then some of the house representatives As Grisal kind of meets up with them, they then work with the pillar at the central part of that table, right? Kind of liquefy and eventually send a message right through, kind of a very similar to you're at a bank. And then one of the representatives in that crowd goes and fetches the group competitors that are aligned, those grand champions that kind of got together for House Coolores, right? But they're in their own independent interests. They were aligned with House Coolores as individual competitors, and they kind of grouped together, right? That was the top 2 kind of groups to watch out for. They're now fighting here, so they kind of go through, and this is where we're going to get to having you all roleplay if you'd like, if you want to talk and discuss about yourselves. But I'm going to now go through kind of like a fast track, right? Because we're really just in a waiting game for our time, and then we're going to be fighting and then waiting again to fight, right? It's rinse and repeat.
That's why
So-
we're here.
If you want to interrupt me, you can, but I'm just going to kind of keep going. So that group comes back. They seem to be wounded. Many of them have scorch marks as if they have been burned. The armor's been melted at times. They are all alive, but they are definitely have suffered wounds, and they seem to have been relatively victorious, but they finish quite quickly. Another group goes in, another group longer than the rest. Seems that the first that went in was quick, the next are slow, and then eventually a group doesn't come back, and then another doesn't come back, except in carts. Their body parts have been pulled, arms missing and legs, bits and pieces and chunks. And then Grisal comes up to you. So the crowd now is more silent. In fact, there really isn't much of a crowd at all. So the competitors are healing their wounds, their own house representatives or themselves, or the competitors just didn't return. You can hear the thumping of the crowd above, anticipation for you all. Ground shakes and the ceiling moves. You follow Grisal through the same tunnel, headed for the south rampart. As the smith, as well as the kitchen, subsides, the noise of the crowd begins to dwindle. You then come at the base of the rampart. You can see the same gate mechanism of the portcullis. They open it with the levers, the winches. The house guards begin to look upon you all, and they simply begin to mutter in common, but also different with some of them. A little bit older. You're able to understand it, but it's definitely a language that isn't spoken and is difficult. Perhaps something of the Crystal Desert, perhaps the Ravashid, who knows? What it translates to is, may your soul be at peace. You die on the field of battle, your soul will be at peace. The crowd then continues as the Colosseum gets loud and begins to boom. You all begin to work up the rampart to the field of play. The crowd begins to cheer for you all. And they also begin to kind of slowly ride or die, ride or die, ride or die. And that just kind of
Harry's
continues.
just waving his hands in the air like the football players, you know, get the crowd going.
Gonna pump the axe once or twice and put it back there. Yeah.
Tardan's actually going to pull out a Das loot and put his shield away. Just
Okay.
forewarning for everybody.
And then roll for initiative. No.
So you kind of go to the central of the or Colosseum here. You're grouping yourselves together. I'm going to just move Sir Dougal in relevant position to you all. I'm not going to keep Sir Dougal in the front or to the left or to the right or to the back. I'm just going to have Sir Dougal always in the middle unless you direct Sir Dougal and how you want Sir Dougal to be in the formation. The balcony on the north side begins to rain and the wind begins to whirl. You see as the bird of Kulrez kind of flies off the shoulder and the voice begins to boom. Ride or die, and just kind of echoes outwards. With 18 seconds in round 1, you are now on your way to victory. Will you survive a creature that is known in my land as the Serpent of the Desert? Something that will scorch you into ash and consume you before you even know.
This sounds familiar.
Crowd begins to cheer.
Like a friendly bugger.
Let us commence. Fight. And the voice booms once more. I need everyone to please roll initiatives.
Oh, I rolled like crap without having that shield on. Wait, no, shield doesn't give me advantage. Never
I
mind.
had
That's
advantage, and
other
my
things.
highest roll was a 5. Ouch.
Oh, it does give you advantage. I forgot to. Oh, I did roll it. Never mind. It's automatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should automatically do advantage. There's some items that do encode very well with MIDI to get automated advantage, but I found it like far and few between.
Yeah, I just rolled like crap.
2 11s, baby.
All right. So, my turn here. I don't see anything, do I, at this point?
No. Try to get something good going.
Oh, sorry. I'll let you get the music going.
No, you're good. I feel what's good for the mood. You don't see anything. The portcullis on the north side did not open.
Okay.
The
I am
rain is
going
falling
to-
down.
I'm going to hold my attacks until I see the creature, and then I'm going to unleash my arrows at it. But I am going to use my movement. Just get a little closer to the group, just in case it's behind us here. And then I'm holding, like I said, holding my attacks.
Okay. All right, Athos, you're next.
Mind your feet. I suspect this one might be beneath us. Spread out. Get a little bit of distance. And just hold. Just gonna hold. Yeah, he'll hold an attack. I'll probably throw a dagger unless it's on top of him. I'll end his turn.
Okay. All right. We can now come to Sir Dougal. In terms of what Sir Dougal has available here, Sir Dougal is going to be prompting a pass without trace. Using their action here to throw it on, they then are going to move roughly 30 feet in the western direction, taking the command order to get space, saying that is underneath, being as silent as they possibly can, take the passive stealth, heading in that direction. They then are going to end their turn.
what is Tardan going to do? Tardan is going to strum his lute ever so quietly, just enough to cast Fly on himself. And he is going to essentially just fly 30 feet up off of the ground, so that way he kind of kicks off the ground a little bit, trying to force some sound at his location, but so that way he's up above it. And I will end my turn in the air.
Okay. As we end your turn, we now come to the creature's turn. As you are flying above the air, you have a little bit of advantage, Tardan, with your perception here to be able to see that the sand is actually moving for a brief moment, coming from the northern direction to south. It then ends as the creature dives further into the ground. It is unclear of where the creature is particularly going, but you can hear now between Frank and Aether, you hear the sound of sand rustling and moving. Frank, you're up next.
I'm just gonna hold my attack action. I guess I'll shimmy this way. God.
We now come to round 2. As you all are holding your attack actions, Sir Dougal getting more stealthy, heading to the west, Tardan flying into the air. Berries, we now come to you.
And I haven't seen anything at this point.
You have not.
At this point, seeing Tardan do what he did, I am going to go ahead and cast Levitate on myself this time.
Okay.
So, gotta target myself first. There we go.
Yeah, so that's
So
going to last 10 minutes there. Nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be. Well, I guess I can. Yeah, we'll talk about how I get rid of it after this fight's done. I'm gonna go the full 20 feet off the ground, and then that's all I can do for my turn at that point.
All right, so I'm going to put you 20 feet off the ground. Then I'll also put the... So prompted you for a saving throw. So I'm going to put you 20 feet off the ground.
yeah.
I'll put a concentration effect on. No worries. All right, we now come to Athos.
Athos will continue to hold another attack and will bonus action hide to try and be silent and not move.
Okay. Want to make a stealth check. $24. Nice.
I'll end his turn.
All right. So now we come to Sir Dougal. As Sir Dougal, concentrating on Pass Without Trace, headed on the western direction, is then going to... I think they can wild shape as a bonus action. They are going to prompt a wild shape here, putting themselves as a saber-toothed tiger.
That is a big boy.
That's a
Oh yeah, it's big. It's big. Also, going to make sure I put on the Unarmored Defense Barbarian, and they then are going to take their action to roll stealth. They have expertise as a saber-toothed tiger, natural 20 to 40 stealth check.
Jesus Christ.
It's okay, I guess.
As
I
they
guess.
move just a little bit slow in a pounce, shifting through the sands, making no noise or no nothing, ending their turn. Tardan, you're up next.
So, since I kind of saw it between Frank and Athos, I'm going to fly kind of 30 feet that way, and then I'm going to fly another 15 feet up, since fly gives me 60 feet.
Okay.
And now I'm guessing I'm probably at a point that the audience can see me. I'm actually going to put on a performance with my lyre, trying to draw the snake out of the ground in my direction.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to make as much noise as possible.
Are you
But
channeling
also
your
kind of-
gift?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna make a performance check. 25. Okay. So as you're playing your instrument, making your performance, the crowd cheering you on, getting excited, as you're flying in the air, and enticing perhaps the creature that exists underneath the ground.
All right. And I will end my turn there.
We now come to the creature's turn. Creature then, you can hear the shuffling of sand and then an explosive amounts of movements as the creature emerges. But before it emerges in space, it's just the tail that comes out, revealing the tail to you to be able to target an attack. The creature itself, from the tail, has draconic scales of red. As they shimmy and glow in a version of green, it becomes apparent that this creature is large, huge. As it does, it grabs its tail out from the sand, explodes it into a constrict of Frank. Frank, you actually could not perceive the creature because it was underneath. So this is going to come at you with advantage because you are surprised. As it comes through, it's going to grab and wrap around you. The 20, it's going to be successful. You take 26 total points of damage, and you are immediately restrained. As it does that, you now have opportunities for those that have held to be able to fire an attack. Go ahead.
I think the only one that held was Frank, right?
I held first round and cast, so that wouldn't be me.
Correct. With the blood axe swing, it did have a disadvantage with an 8 from being restrained. You come down and swing at the tail. Unable to do so, you then pull your axe back.
Do it again.
Come across the second strike, 16. Unable as you take the axe swinging into the draconic scales. You only chip away at them. They then pop their head open with this draconic head, slithering and whispering in draconic. It speaks. Now, for those that can speak draconic, I believe Tardan you can, and I think we have another person in the party can speak draconic.
Athos.
Athos, yep. Got to cycle through all my languages here. Trespassers. I will feast on you. Then goes in for a bite on its restrained prey. Getting the advantage, 25 hits. As it does, bites down onto your shoulder with 19 total points of piercing. As that bites in, they then dive into the sand with Frank in tow. Frank, you are now under the sand with the creature. And you are moved in the ground underneath the sand, ruffling and moving. With the passive perceptions, Tardan, you're high above, as well as Athos. Your passive perception is 27. It's extremely high. You understand that the creature has gone roughly 15 to 20 feet to the southeast, as the ruffling of sand is now shaking and vibrating and sifting. I'm going to ping the location to both of you. Now, for Sir Dougal and Ares, unfortunately, your perceptions are not quite high enough to be able to see that. Now that Sir Dougal, though, is in the Sabretooth form, their perceptions actually are based on what they can get from that. They actually can kind of sniff and see things a little bit more. So I'm going to be able to do some stuff with Sir Dougal here. But so Ares, it's really just you. That you're levitating, you can't exactly see the shift in the sand with your passive perception, and you're trying your best. So again, that ping is there, and then I can always ping it again if necessary. Now we're going to come to Frank. So Frank, you are literally in the sand. You're being crushed by it, being pulled by the tail. You can't breathe, so you can't say anything. But you can still try to break out of this restraint if you'd like. You take an action to do so. You can also use your bonus. You can also use your things. And I'm going to put you and reveal you onto the board so that way you can interact with your token HUD and all of that.
Sounds good. Bonus action rage. And then yeah, I'll use my action to attempt to break the restraint.
Okay. Go ahead and make an athletics check, please. All right, 23. You are able to break out of the restraints. You pull yourself, getting out of the constrict as it's slithering and moving through the sand. You break out, and you feel as if you're roughly 10 feet underneath the sand. You then begin to pull yourself using half of your movement speed, shifting through, using the force and the sift of the creature, because that's going to vibrate. You take that opportunity at this point, pulling yourself out of the sand, as well as your athletics of 23. You are now on the surface.
My throat kind of hurts. I'm sick, so I'm not actually going to scream, but Frank's going to roar really loudly. All right, let's go. My turn.
Ares,
Frank.
you're up. You see Frank as they emerge. You have an understanding the creature is somewhere in the sand around Frank, obviously, because you saw Frank being grabbed. But how do you launch an arrow into sand? That's truly the question.
Shoot at Frank because he was the last one to touch
Oh,
the enemy.
you have.
I know what I have.
You got it, right? See the prompt?
Okay.
I prompted
Yeah.
you. How do you fire it through sand?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I'm gonna say piercing arrow is probably gonna work. So, I'm gonna use my piercing arrow ability, where Frank. I can't target the creature though. I guess I don't. How do I rotate the piercing arrow?
You just go ahead and shift down. So
There
for
we
this,
go.
all I need you to do is really expend it, and then I'm going to prompt the saves because you don't make an attack roll. There is an
Right.
attack roll. It's just the creature trying to dive, and actually, because the creature can't see
Nailed it.
the actual arrow coming through, it has disadvantage on the dex check because it can't actually see it. So you're just kind of flinging it through into space. Now, in terms of the template, I don't really need to know right where you're going to land it. I'm just going to
Yeah.
go ahead and assume that you're going to fire in the general direction of where Frank emerged, and that should be enough to be able.
Yeah,
to
not at
roll a
Frank
save
though,
here.
obviously.
Obviously.
I mean,
if you wanna be
never
sure.
Dex
know.
check coming in. Ooh, unfortunately, so your dex save is only 15, I believe. Okay, so that is going to be a save against your DC of 15. On a successful save, takes half as much damage, so it's going to take the 14 all the way down to 7 total points of damage. But you are successful in dealing damage. Your piercing arrow kind of goes in. And you kind of see some plumage of sand as if the creature reacts to it. So you have that kind of understanding that it has happened.
Now, since I use that, I have a second attack. Am I able to hold that second attack for the creature to come up, or no?
So your piercing arrow essentially is an action to do this, right? Your
Okay.
the best way that I can interpret for the arcane shot is that once per turn, when you fire an arrow from a short bow or longbow, as part of the attack action, you can apply one of your arcane shot options to that arrow. Okay, so once you use your attack action, you gotta have to use it. So you have another arrow to fire. So you could technically fire another arrow, or you can just say, you know what, I've launched my arcane shot. I don't know. I kind of think I hit. Right, that's up to you. But you can't hold anything now because you've already used your attack
Yeah.
action to launch that piercing.
I really don't want to use another arcane ability here. I'm gonna try just a normal arrow in the same vicinity, I guess, since I've already kind of started using stuff. I mean,
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
I hate to
for
waste
that,
it.
okay, for that to happen, I want you to manually roll 2d20s for me.
Oh shoot. Okay, manually roll 2d20s.
Yeah, so go down to the bottom right into the chat window.
Yep.
Just hit 2d20s, populate them in there. We'll get a roll.
How
Have your
about that?
modifiers. Yeah. So with the disadvantage being applied, your arrow kind of thunks into the sand, disappears for a brief moment, but the velocity, the actual string of the bow and the penetration is not enough to actually get through the sand and to strike the target.
Yeah. Well, it's obviously somewhere there, guys. I might have hit it, might not. And I'll end my turn.
Okay, Athos, you know where it's at. You can see the shift of the sand. You have the understanding.
Okay. It's, I assume, still roughly next to Frank where it was.
Correct. Pinging location.
Yeah. So I will move over. And sorry, can you ping that one more time?
I'm gonna draw a template. So that'll be easy.
I just don't want to step past it because then everything's goofy. Okay, cool. Then he will bonus action dash.
Okay.
And then he is going to try and stab into the sand, understanding where it is.
Okay. So
His
the
rapier.
creature is 10 feet down. Your reach only being 5 feet. So you're going to stab into the sand and not hit the creature. So as you take your attack action to stab, you just stab in and you pull it back and you don't hit anything.
And before he finishes up, he's just going to shout to Dougal, set up a 15-foot perimeter around Frank. Frank, make lots of noise. Draw it to you.
All right, we now come to Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal is in the wild shape form, but the pass out trace, maintaining their stealth. They are now going to close in the distance. 40 feet is their total movement speed. They're slowly moving in that pounce-like state and getting close enough here. I'm actually going to move them just 5 feet in case the creature emerges, so they're in attack range if the creature does so. They then are going to hold their action to commence an attack with their stealth still in check here for surprise. Tardan, you're up next.
I am gonna do some really weird shit. So since unsettling words, they just have to be able to hear me. I don't have to be able to see them as long as they're within 60 feet. I would like to use unsettling words on it.
Okay. So that's
essentially-
a for D8, right? Still, there's not level time yet.
D8. Yep.
Yep.
And then I am going to hold an action if I see it come above ground to cast Psychic Lance.
Okay. So using the Psychic Lance, holding that, getting that ready, and then I will apply the D8, and you'll be holding that. Okay.
My turn.
Ending turn. We now come to the creature. The creature is shifting in movement speed. You can see Athos as it moves slightly to the south. The tail once more is revealed. It then goes in for a wrap around Frank. The tail comes through. 18 is going to connect with Frank. 34 total points of bludgeoning slashing. However, you're raging, getting it down to 16. Unfortunately, this means that you are restrained once more automatically. No save provided. So the tail whips around. It then begins to explode its mouth, prompting the held actions. First, Psychic Lance.
Target Psychic Lance.
Okay, I don't even need to roll the d8. I got a 2 on its really bad saving throw. It takes a 29 total points of psychic damage. It then is going to fall prey to the Psychic Lance considerations here, which means it is going to be incapacitated, and that's courtesy of the reaction. So remember, when you're holding your action, it's actually a reaction. I'm not giving you that immediately when it emerges with its tail, because technically it's surprising, right? But now that Frank is understanding, right, I'm not going to have it roll an advantage for that attack. So this is going to actually cancel out its turn. As an incapacitated state, it can't actually further bite. So as it does, it emerges its head up and basically falls into that incapacitated state that is able to kind of crunch down on Frank. That is now going to come to Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal is going to get a multi... let me actually see. Does the Sabertooth get a multi? I don't think so. I think it's just a bite or a claw.
Is it really?
I think so, yeah.
Man.
Let me make sure. I'm going to go to the SRD here. Because it has a pounce feature. But yeah, no, it's either the bite or the claw attack. Can't be both. Gotcha. Okay. We're going to go for a bite attack at advantage based on the surprise of stealth, and then take that attack for the reaction. 18 is going to hit. That's going to deal a total of 10 points piercing damage to the creature as kind of bites into the scales of the tail as it wraps around. The creature is now above ground. I'm going to go ahead and remove the degradation of the elevation things I was working with there, and then I'm going to go ahead and remove the template as well. There's no need for that. Ending the creature's turn. Frank, you're up next. You're still wrapped in the tail. That hasn't changed. It's just incapacitated, meaning it can't take actions or reactions.
Forgot to turn on my reckless attack the last time I swung at it. So that on. We're gonna swing. Wait, why didn't it do?
Because you're restricted.
Oh, okay.
You are restrained,
So it should
so
be
it's going to be a
normal straight,
flat roll. Still restrained. You come around with the blood axe. That swath of blood comes through, and then you just come to the actual things. The creature's still kind of moving, jiggling, right? It's not completely gone. Coming for your second attack, 16, still not able to hit. Roaring and yelling up in the air, as you're swinging back and forth. The tail kind of jiggling and moving. You're just too restrained, too caught up in its tail to be able to swing a full axe around.
Cool. My turn.
All right, Ares, you're up next. Levitating above. The creature is visible now. You can see it within your sights.
And now we start, ladies and gentlemen. And the first shot.
First shot coming through.
Why did it not come through? I'm
Are you targeting it?
You're not targeting.
Yeah, I had little green arrows on it.
Now you're targeting.
Fudge.
There we go. Natural 20!
Oh! It was
Wow.
worth the wait.
All right, 35 total points of piercing and psychic damage is dealt to the creature as you fire the arrow down, landing it into central left of its neck and head region, and thunks in and then disappears, right? That magical ammunition.
Yep, and we're going again.
35 total points of damage again as you come through, and additional points of damage basically coming into the same exact area, puncturing through those draconic scales. The creature begins to bleed profusely from that wound, pouring blood across the sandscape.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to then... I was going to say there are two tards. Holy shit, what's going on?
Nobody saw that.
Man. How high did his tail seem to come out of the sand when he was grabbing Frank?
The creature is a huge category. It's quite long. It's actually roughly 30 to 35 feet in length. And then it has quite a bit of height, kind of spans upward of 15. A girthy creature with multiple legs, these scales that flash and move and slither around, and then the head kind of contorts and like comes up for a pinch. It's very much a draconic head and a creature with those same teeth and things. Gives you an understanding of how large it is.
Okay. And so I assumed that if I pissed it off and it wanted to come for me, it could still reach me at my 20-foot.
If it kind of climbs itself up, if it can,
Yeah.
right, like a bear, right, standing up on the hind legs.
Yeah.
You don't know though. You imagine this creature is quite weighty, so it might not even be able to stand up like that to reach up at you.
All right, I'll just stay. I'll just stay here then. I was thinking about moving after pissing it off, maybe. But
Gotcha,
I'll just
gotcha.
stay here.
All right. Finally, I can stab this thing. I assume with the three of us, we've got a flanking situation going on.
This creature is not flanked in the current positions you currently are at. You have to be either on one person has to be on the front, and then the rest of the people have to be towards the back of the creature's current position of their eyes. They're a very perceptive creature. They have very good senses in terms of like tremors and things. So someone has to be kind of in the full ray of its front to be able to give the flank to all of you.
If I move to the front, would that do it?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So we'll step in front of it and make an attack.
Okay. So incapacitated doesn't mean it's completely out of the game here. Coming across with a rapier, natural 20 coming through, 15 total points of piercing damage. Go ahead and roll sneak. Sneak attack coming through. 20 points of sneak. Total of 44 total points of damage as you come through with the sneak attack. You basically slide across the sand. How do you want to do it?
We'll drop to his knees, slip in front of it, and just stab up through the jaw, right into the mouth.
Okay. Sliding through the sand, you hop up, right into the jaw, right into the mouth. As you do, you stab underneath into the creature, into a large part of its throat, pulling it out, begins to bleed profusely from its throat region. Kind of slides back and forth for a brief moment, spraying blood across the sandscape. The crowd itself cheering immensely at the gore that has just been unleashed and the quickness of pace in the combat, finishing up at the middle point of round 4 in terms of this combat here. We now are concluding it. Wow, 3 natural 20s.
That was a lot of crits.
That was a
That was a lot of crits.
That's crazy.
Wow, that psychic lance came in clutch. I didn't think that creature
yeah.
was going to be that annoying, but being able to incapacitate it so it couldn't go back down, that was huge.
I was gonna say this next round, I just need somebody to keep it above the ground.
Okay. So Frank, you were the only person to take damage in that fight. Your rage now ending based on the fact you have been hit. Well, I don't think you have persistent rage. So you feel the wounds there. Trasal kind of comes up, grabs some of the healer kits and the things that they have. They then begin to look up at you, patching the wounds, providing healing. As they do, they begin to escort you out of the Coliseum. They give you 30 back. Crowd continuing to cheer at your backside, and we're now going to activate towards our map as you pull across. And if there's anything you all wish to do, go ahead and just state it.
Yeah, I think so. Frank was still looking a little injured. I think I'll actually use a cure wounds or 2 at first level on him. So I guess I can just roll that, and you can add it.
Or you can manually add it, Frank, too.
Yeah, I can add it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. You need another one?
Yeah,
You good?
nah.
How you looking?
Nothing can beat me. I'm good. That actually got me pretty high up.
That's
Frank,
twice
you
now.
took-
One of you have almost been swallowed. I hope we're not taking turns today.
Yeah, this is you guys took some hits there, man. You and Dougal.
I was ready to make a home underneath the arena if it took me back down.
What was it
I
like
was-
down there?
It was dark, sandy, hard to breathe.
It's everywhere.
It gets everywhere.
Right, we're off its course.
Maybe you and Dougal should be a little more careful when we go into these fights.
I mean, better them than one of us.
Yeah.
They do
I-
seem
I'm
Sorry, I
designed
can't
for it.
fly, hover.
You've seen how far I stay back these days.
So
I've
Dougal
learned
looks
my
at you,
lesson.
still in a saber-tooth form.
Yeah. We all know Dougal doesn't give up his form, so he's going to be a saber tooth for the next 3 or 4 fights.
Looking
It's
for a
about
fucking
efficiency.
horse.
I'm actually looking how long their form lasts now. I think it's quite a long time.
I
Is
bet
it
it
like
is.
an hour, or is it?
It's yeah.
I think
no,
it
I'm trying to
starts at
level.
an hour, but then it goes up.
It goes up. Let me.
Fuck it, I actually might just write Dougal in the battle in this next one. Fuck it. Fuck it, man. At this point,
It's tradition every time Harrison isn't here that someone gets to ride his.
It
animal.
is. It is.
Pretty much.
has everyone
Without
done it
consent.
though? That's the thing. Has everyone done it? Because
I have not done it yet.
okay, then you would be up next.
He had to save me.
I can't do it though, really, because like he's too close, to be honest.
You don't want to be there.
Archer on a saber tooth? That'd be cool as shit.
Yeah, but
What did
then
you guys
Dougal
think
has
of
to stay
my-
back.
That is true.
Wow. So they're gonna be. They can be wild shape for 3 hours.
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
he's not gonna drop that shape
Not
for
gonna
There's no
anything.
way. Yeah.
No,
That is awesome.
Tardan, that was,
was-
a handy spell you had there.
Yeah, it's new.
Pretty cool.
It's new, huh? You got any more of those saved up, or is that the only one?
I have one other spell that a few of you may like. I'll save it for a rainy day, though.
I can't wait to see that one.
I don't think it liked your music.
It really did not seem to appreciate it. I thought the performance was quite lovely, but
Well, you know, everyone's a critic.
They are. The crowd seem to enjoy it. Getting to
They're
see
quite-
me in the air,
They're quite
twirling around.
That's what we're all here for, right? To entertain the crowd.
I mean, with fame and notoriety comes certain benefits, so it may not be monetary yet, but it could go a long way in helping secure all of our futures.
I bet you could sell out stadiums this big with your performances alone.
I don't know. I've never fought for performance, and it I have to tell you, it's kind of oddly fun.
For some reason, I feel like our next fight isn't going to be as simple as these ones have been, though.
Ah, simple, yes. Being dragged through the fucking sand, yes. Simple.
It's simple for some of us.
I mean,
I don't know about you, but I had the time of my life up there. I was just hanging out in the air.
You were doing great, buddy. You were doing great. Frank's just coughing up sand now. It's like,
Frank, if it makes you feel any better, I'm sure everyone was too busy paying attention to me playing the lyre to see you get dragged through the dirt. Okay? I'm sure you're fine.
oh
I
no,
hope
I
they
know
saw
at
me.
least rows 1 through 3 saw it for sure.
I mean, he valiantly dove into the sand after the kill. It was
Yeah.
magnificent.
and then I pulled
That's
a
the,
Shawshank climbing out of the dirt.
What is
That's
a
the story we have to
Shawshank?
tell people.
Fantastic play that you must see. Very long, but good.
Can you tell me more about it? Can I copyright this somehow into?
In this world,
No,
yes,
it's usually an Ismar thing, so I don't know if it's
I
written
need,
down here just
I need
yet.
to hear your deep, rumbly southern narrator voice, though.
That's really what it comes down to, Tartan. Can you have the deep voice? Can you do it?
I don't know that I can.
Well, that was certainly a more interesting fight, but I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but I think we've had tougher.
We should
No?
give
What do you
Ares
mean?
a
No.
sword.
OC, please do not antagonize the DM, please.
That was literally the toughest thing I've ever fought in my life.
Well,
I was
but
gonna say,
you
Frank's
used to
only-
fight,
And it's only going to
fight
get worse.
turnips. Like, yes, it is stronger than a rutabaga, but that's not saying much.
I
Frank,
mean,
welcome to the competition.
Dude, Frank out here fighting some wolves because they're eating livestock, find maybe a goblin or two, and then he comes to the arena.
Murdered a bunch of drug dealers in broad daylight.
Yeah, I think
A
the
fucking-
drug dealers was more fun. I think I'd prefer that.
I mean, I don't know. I thought that was a much harder fight than anything we've done here so far.
yeah.
Well, that's because you got killed by an assassin.
I mean, technically, I didn't
Yeah.
get killed.
It was just hard.
Okay, that was Tardan. Okay, I escaped with
You're
some
only
bruises and some cuts.
Mostly dead, yes.
I'd
Yeah,
like
mostly
to
dead.
see her try that again.
She also
dude,
tried to
do n-
explode you.
Do not tempt her.
Yeah, but I had a hole in the concrete that was fine to hide in. It's fine.
It was a rough encounter for you.
It was a tactical withdrawal, you know, just to set up the counterattack, and then she ran away, which I
Tactical
figured she
prairie
would.
dog.
Yeah, tactical, but you know, I figured she would run away once she saw everybody else charging at her instead of helping me.
It was all part of the plan.
Oh,
So-
we had a plan.
We
I'm
did.
surprised you remember it.
I don't, honestly. There was an
Oh my
explosion.
God.
Athos, you killed
Apparently,
the
a
guy.
pretty lady. I vaguely remember that. You were very bloody.
Yeah, it wasn't even my
that poor
blood.
guy. Can I explain this to you? Okay, how do I put this into simple terms? They were mesmerized by some pretty shiny lights. They were no longer a threat. You stumbled off the cart, stabbed a man through his throat, and watched him bleed on Frank.
Well, better him than me.
I didn't mean to talk to you about the Athos. I think
Probably
you need to
Frank.
lay low, find some family members, because you're probably wanted for murder.
Probably wanted for.
Well, these things happen.
Athos, it's okay. I saw the guy turn around and threaten your life. It's okay.
He kicked a dog right in front of me.
I saw it all. I mean,
Was
at
that
least I
before or
can try to
after
tell
your
the authorities
spine
that.
got stabbed with a blade?
Obviously, before, maybe.
And frankly,
I don't know.
I'm less concerned about the murder rap and more concerned about the fact that I name dropped the Rudikar Guildmaster to get us out of that mess.
It's all about who you know.
If anybody was going to come kill us, it's probably him.
Oh, so we're even when we leave this, if we live, we're not out of the woods. Good.
No, we still have to go
Glad-
see the Rudikar Guildmaster.
Very good
Glad
to
you
know.
name dropped him then.
Just smooth that over. Well, it was that or get arrested or kill all the imbeciles.
I mean, at that point, we'd already killed enough, right? We just keep going.
I mean-
right? I mean, Dougal swallowed horses.
I think we were already
didn't do
domestic
anything.
terrorists at that point. But, you know?
To be fair, if Dougal had used his new ability on the Emberock idiots, there would have been no proof that we murdered them.
That's true.
If there are no bodies, did the murder really happen?
Look what you did to Michael.
Michael.
Made him, he's hidden his face. in shame.
Michael's not here, so I'm gonna go get some steaks for Dougal. Feed him some nice raw prime rib.
I will
see.
say,
Yeah.
this loot and the power within is a lot of fun.
Yeah,
music
fucking
was
hate this
inside you
axe.
all
This axe
along,
fucking sucks.
Have you hit anything with it yet?
I did.
No.
The T-Rexes, I hit 50% of my swings, but it's kind of hard when a weird sand snake wraps you up.
It's not very useful underneath the earth, I'd
I,
imagine.
I think 50% might be on the high side, by the way. Like,
And the first
I was
fight?
thinking, yeah, I was thinking more like 20, 25%, maybe.
No, it was literally 50%. Half of my hits hit, and then the rest missed badly.
Man.
This one, nothing.
I've noticed that you put a lot of effort into hitting really hard. Have you tried to be more accurate with the hits and not do
Whoa.
as much damage?
No, hold on. Don't ever let them talk you out of damage.
All I
right.
do is swing hard. I don't know any other way.
Yes.
But if you don't
Yes.
hit the target, doesn't matter how hard you swing.
100%.
You got to take your shot.
Look, you have arrows. You're in the back. No one cares if you hit or not. You're gonna have 1,000 shots anyway. Frank's in here getting eaten alive,
I mean,
and instead of
okay,
trying to kill the thing, he's trying to hit it as hard as he can.
However,
Well, to be fair, getting eaten alive is kind of his job.
did we
It worked beautifully.
out of character?
True.
Yes, that is why I made this character. But but
Why do you think we keep him around, Tom?
but entertainment wise, I think the crowd. Frank's just kind of hesitate. Loved it. Frank's starting to get a little crestfallen here. He's just he's not sure what he signed up for. He doesn't even look at his book anymore for jokes. He's just kind of sad. He's wondering why he's doing this.
Okay.
So at this
So,
point, Cristal comes over. Kind of gives you out of. I mean, we don't have to role play, but Cristal tells you, right? You finish round, basically the round 2, second round, in 24 seconds.
Ugh,
So
terrible.
you, the other group, right, which was the Grand Champions of Coolres, right, that kind of bonded themselves together. They were sub a minute, but that was really relevant. It's like 52 seconds, right? So you all are way ahead of the curve. In fact, Cristal tells you that you all just need to really survive this next round and defeat the monster, but you can pretty much just coast and breeze through.
Just
Right, there's nothing really imposing. Now, as Cristal tells you that, they then go to the central thing, and then that similar horn begins to be blown. As I'm gonna just advance the time clock now to make it a little bit relevant in when the group competition would be going through, and then eventually your time kind of comes up, and that's really at like the 11 o'clock hour, right? Because the individual competitions start in the afternoon, but they want to have a break for lunch. They want to have certain things. They don't want to have to run back to back, right? Especially if you're participating in the group as an individual, or participating in the group and you are wanting to participate in the other competition as an individual. Now, as you all are here, and the crowd around you is continuing, again, if you want to role play, just stop me, right? Because I'm just gonna keep coasting through. The crowd now begins to dwindle. In fact, there's not much of a crowd at all as the group goes in one at a time, and they are carted out in wheelbarrows and wagons. Even the grand champions who went first. Their wounds are interesting. They have been vaporized in multiple bits and parts, some of their limbs just completely missing. Their bodies fractures of what they used to be. The crowd, you can hear the cheers and the sighs and the sadness echoing through the tunnels. The representatives of the house look concerned. And as we work our way to you all, it seems that none of the groups have survived.
I suppose we've got this one in the bag.
He's gonna
We
bury
didn't
my
need
head
to rush
comes
the
in
by.
other
now.
ones.
I mean, I think the guy was right. All we have to do at this point now is survive
Just
and
just
kill
survive.
the thing.
And this is the last round, correct? Out of character.
This is the last round.
Oh, okay,
Cristal's
yeah.
there now, coming in.
Yeah.
This is the last round. This has never happened before. Ride or die. Just have to survive.
Fuck.
All right, so what I just heard is that whatever it is, we're killing it in sub 30 seconds.
Someone's going to die before we do it.
Frank,
It's been an honor, gentlemen.
You
When
had
we
one
win-
job, Frank.
I will make sure to take your body to a temple to get you revived.
Just don't date my daughter. It's the only stipulation.
Is
so-
Athos, you're my
where are we
ride or
going
die.
to
You can have
land,
her if you want.
I thought you were going to tell me to kill Tard.
No,
Kill Tartan when he goes for your daughter. Yeah,
I've
that's
known you
pretty
for
much how I
about
expect
36
to go.
hours, but you're like a brother to
Oh
me. And
my god. Oh my god.
Wait, so you want your daughter dating your brother? Hold up, hold on.
said like a brother.
Wow.
Y'all
This is
really
how
do some
nobody
weird
survives
stuff out
this
there
one.
on the farms. All right. Can we just go kill whatever this is?
Oh my god.
If you're
Why do you think I met my wife? It was at the family gathering.
Oh no.
Okay.
So
That is not canon. My
listens
wife
to
just
your
came in and looked at me.
conversation, confused that this would be perhaps the last conversation you'd have in your very lives.
Yep.
On brand.
I don't think Kristoff knows what we've been through. I think we'll be okay.
It's been a
Start
trying
making a new
36
character real
hours.
quick.
Are you ready?
You guys want like a fighter? I can do a fighter.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, let's
I
go.
mean, the question is the crowd ready?
Crowd
Ares is,
is-
you guys can see that
crowd
Ares
is
is really
in
getting
your
into
favor.
this.
The crowd is in your favor. All right, well, let's go. Blacksmiths, the kitchens, they just
Ride or
stop.
die.
Ride or die.
Put the name to
They
the
stop
test.
hammering.
I have
They
a- I
stop
have a
forging
short
the
sword.
kitchen. They
Oh.
stop. They all just stare at you.
Shit.
You begin to walk through an empty and void hall. This chamber is just, there's no more groups. There's just piles of bodies and armor near the ramparts, 20 feet to the west. You then pass in the tunnel to the southeast, and you begin to make your way to the rampart. You can now hear the sounds of the crowd. Distant. They're quiet. Mumbling and talking about. The guard look at you. They don't say anything this time. Take the levers and they open it. Saul's final words. Good luck.
What could possibly be out here?
It's fine.
As you
we
come-
walk up the
Oh,
ramp, I
look-
am
look at
going to
that.
cast invisibility on myself.
You
that
come
blood?
into space.
Don't think that's-
I need everyone to roll initiatives immediately.
All right.
Oh boy.
Yeah. That 20.
Oh, I forgot to
there-
put my shield back on.
Is
Dumb.
anything you're doing before you come up the rampart? You need to state that now.
I was going to cast invisibility before we got into visual sight on myself.
Go ahead. Is it gonna
Oh.
do it? It's still doing
It
it.
did.
Oh yeah! Look at all those. Get
All
this.
of them. Extra invisible.
Okay. What?
Seeing
what's that
Athos
mean?
do that.
extra invisible.
I probably would do the same thing, given that we've watched everything get murdered so far.
At least it lets me delete them.
You guys see what's on the other end, right?
Mm-hmm.
Make the call.
Nope. I see nothing.
Yeah.
What? How
Oh.
can I see it?
I must target a
I'm kidding. I
token
definitely
before rolling the
see it.
attack.
Oh, okay.
Did
I
I
was
not
like-
target myself?
Frank's
Okay,
got
target,
special eyes.
invis.
Here we go. Yeah, stack them on, baby. I can delete them though, so that's good. It used to be that if
is
I
good.
deleted them, it would remove the effect completely, but there we go.
He's gonna just hop into the sand real quick. Just bury himself.
Frank has become a worm.
I am a mole person now.
Okay. So as you come into space, you can see that the air around in front of a creature that is hovering over the rampart is vibrating with energy. It's unclear what this might mean to you all. The crowd, again, making cheers and certain things as you begin to make your way as the portcullis and the sound of the gate opens. But the creature's voice booms before even Kulrez can announce anything to the crowd with the bird. The creature begins to scream out. Damodar sends his regards.
Oh,
As
hell
a
no.
spastic amount of energy is exploded out from multiple different eye tentacles. The creature roars and yells, hovering to attack. We are immediately in combat. Frank, you are up next. Or first, I
Looking to
should
my
say.
left. Oh, everyone's going.
Yeah, that's very true. You're gonna- oh, shit.
Like, all right, guys, let's go get him. Just action dash because we got to go a far way. So, that'll.
Those
Dash.
goggles protect you from eye beams.
Oh yes, put on the goggles.
As Frank, as you charge up the rampart, running at full bore, the portcullis behind you has shut already. Athos,
Oh,
invisible.
shit.
Your turn.
I will begin to
Hell of a
get,
dash, buddy.
some distance. Action dash. Bonus action dash.
Triple bonus action dash.
375 feet.
And that
Not a
one is-
problem.
Now come to the creature's turn. The creature begins to move at a hover speed of roughly 20 or so feet. It then is doing a dash to get roughly 40, continuing with the aura effect emanating from its central point. It is looking upon you all, thrashing its mouth, moving and vibrating, an orbish creature of large size with multiple eye tentacles sprawling around. For those at the original point in this campaign, you would have seen this creature. There is only one here today. Hard.
Mike Wazowski.
Yep.
As you stare upon it, it yells outwards. I am spawn of Baruga! Thrashes its mouth, vibrating with energy, thirsty for blood. Tardan, you're up next.
Sweet. Tartan's gonna do Tartan things, and he is going to action dash. So I'll go 30, and then I'll go 30, and oh, I can't do that because that's gonna break stealth or
Correct.
invisibility. Shit. The dash doesn't though, does it?
No, the dash does not. Anything that's
Yeah.
considered non-hostile
Combat.
or non-spell casting oriented, you can get away with invisibility. But as soon as you cast a spell, or as soon as you're taking an attack action, you are breaking invisibility.
Yep. Well, Frank, you're on your own. Sorry, bub.
Who said that?
All right. You said that.
It's the fucking
All right.
sand.
Sir Dougal, taking a dash, charging forward as the Sabertooth. Ares, you're up next.
All right, I'm going to take my. Hold on a second. I have 35 feet of movement. I got to zoom in because I'm zoomed so far out. All right. Oh, I'm on measure. That's why.
So if you are on the measure tool, just
There
hit
we go.
spacebar. If you're on the measure tool, just hit spacebar.
Uh huh.
Okay. And it will move.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Now I remember we talked about this, but I'm able to target with sharpshooter pretty much the whole arena. Correct.
Correct. Your max range, because of sharpshooter, you're able to hit this target.
Yep. Well, I moved my 35 feet, and you guys will never guess what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a couple shots at it here.
You fire your first arrow out. Looks to be a 23, which would hit, but as soon as it's fired, goes into the effect of the template. Your
Yep.
arrow, being a magical creation, disappears
And I noticed that, right?
immediately.
All right, I'm going to use my +1 arrows now.
Okay.
And I don't know how to do that into the bow, though.
That's fine. Just go ahead and we can calculate the attack and the damage manually. Just add +1 to it, and then I will change your ammunition type after the fact.
So I changed the ammunition type to a +1, but just rolled the
Fantastic.
dragon wing bow.
Yeah, let me go ahead and make sure it's in your inventory correct. Let's see. You're
It's on
firing
my
the dragon
longbow
wing.
is the problem.
Yeah, it did. No, it's okay. I'm going to change the
Okay.
toggle ammunition, and then I'll put arrow +1s to it.
Oh,
There you go.
perfect. There we go. Okay.
Done deal.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and shoot that.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Fire off 12 as you do, trying to angle it in a way that it drops down upon the target. It's just a miss. It hits into the ground.
All right. Hey, guys, just watch out for the front. It seems that magic is not going through. And that will end my turn.
Ending turn, top of round 2. Frank, you're up.
I don't want to do this. All right, Dougal, let's get it. I think I'll go here, and I will. Actually, fuck it. We'll dash. Why not? Fuck it. We ball, and then I'm gonna rage.
Okay.
Let's go on my turn.
Ending turn, Aethos, you're next.
All right. He is going to continue on his wide angle spread.
Okay.
A move and an action dash and a bonus action dash.
I really wish we could think.
Taking the wide angle. Aethos is
Oh.
running. We now come to the creature's turn. The creature again is going to move 20 feet. As it begins to, not again, but moves 20 feet, not taking the dash. It then is going
That's
to
my bitch.
adjust its template here as it begins to stretch and look, almost as if it's moving this in interpretation of where the targets it's kind of seeing. So it's kind of centralizing it towards, okay? Which only puts it directly where it's at. So it's steering because that is what it's seeing, okay? So, Frank, you're currently in this. Your rage
Absolutely.
is still happening. After it moves approximately 20 feet or so, you see it's kind of looking at you, thrashing its mouth. It hasn't done anything quite yet, but it's holding its eye tentacles up in preparation. Is the end of its turn.
Oh,
Tarn, you're up next.
bastard.
We are going to action dash here. And I will end my turn.
Ending turn, we now come to Sir Dougal in the saber-tooth form. Sir Dougal is going to move 60 feet, aim towards the creature, as what Sir Dougal would do. This is where you're going to realize I am without mercy. Sir Dougal is going to run into the cone, and that is going to end their wild shape. Okay? So upon ending their wild shape, realizing that it's not just the arrows here, but it's also magical effects, such as items, features, all of it. As it does, you see Sir Dougal is without the pass-without trace. I'm going to remove that. That was their encompassing movement speed. They have roughly 10 feet of movement speed left. They then are going to backtrack roughly 10 feet using the remainder of their action and their movement to get backwards outside of the zone and prepare to do something else, seeing that charging up against the creature is not going to just simply work in their wild shape form. Ares, you're up next.
I'm going to move another 35 feet, but I'm going to go ahead and still use my +1 arrows here to attack the creature.
Okay. All right, 25 is going to hit. A total of 24 total points of damage is going to come through and land. The reason why it's a total of 24 points of damage is that the arrow is a physical object, and upon coming into the creature that is outside of the cone, and therefore the magic returns back to the arrow and deals damage.
Yep, and take my second attack here.
Firing off the second attack.
Fuck yeah.
Ooh, wow, that was like almost like a natural one on my screen. It's like kind of like
Yeah.
halfway there. 20 total points of piercing and psychic damage lands in the Orber's frame, shakes it, jiggling the arrows back and forth.
All right, I'm going to action surge. And I'm going to shoot 2 more arrows at it.
First arrow coming
Oh, come
through.
on,
10,
dude.
going
That
to be
was
a miss.
17.
Sharpshooter never ends. You pump it through, firing, lands to the left of the creature as it slightly hovers.
Yep, I'm going to take one more shot.
Come across for the second arrow. 24 is going to hit. As
Jiminy
it is,
Christmas
deals
damage.
19 total points of piercing and psychic damage.
All right, and that's going to end my turn.
Ending turn. Frank, you're up next.
We're still moving up. And then, how far am I from this little fucker?
Well, you are pretty
hell yeah.
far. I mean, in
Oh, yeah.
terms of shit you got going on. So,
That's all good. Javelin at disadvantage, right? Should be able to throw that.
okay.
So,
So,
should it automatically, or do I have to do control?
So you were gonna have to hold down. Actually, I think you're too. Let me see in terms of.
I was
the-
120 feet. It was the javelin like maximum range.
So yeah, hold down control for disadvantage and throw your javelin. So as you run within range of the creature then begins to fire off a series of eye rays at you.
Nice.
You throw your javelin at the same time.
Fuck yeah, let's do this.
Please don't die, Frank.
Fuck it, we ball. Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot of dice.
20 is going to hit the creature. You deal 23 total points of piercing
Okay.
damage as the
Oh, wait, no,
javelin.
no. Wait, shouldn't it be Great Weapon Master? Never mind.
yeah,
Take away 10.
It's okay.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Great
the second.
Javelin Master.
Great
Great
Javelin
javelin.
Master.
Great Javelin
You
Master.
then are hit with 3 eye rays. The first ray is a reddish beam. You succeed, dodging out of the
man.
way. You would have advantage on it as well,
Oh,
as you
should I
can
do it
see
again?
it coming at you. So just FYI, you take approximately 34 total points of damage as it is sent into you. It then begins to look upon you again.
Okay.
Trying to see, because you succeeded on... I don't think the math is quite right there. Give me 1 second. Because you're totem barb, right?
I am.
Okay, putting 17 back to you.
While you do that, I'm gonna throw another javelin. So too. Oh fuck, never mind. Okay.
6, the disadvantage is going to be a miss.
Oh, I forgot to. Okay, never mind. Yeah, fuck it. We're good.
Okay, second arrow coming, second ray coming through at you is a greenish beam.
Hell yeah.
Then fires, succeeding with a
Hell yeah.
27 con save from the effects. Then a bluish beam strikes.
Well, that looks terrifying.
Yeah, it does.
It's
a
less
fail.
terrifying than the first one.
With a fail of a 14, you take approximately 20 points of necrotic damage, still resisting from your rage. I would say that you wouldn't have your rage because you raged pretty early on and you didn't take any damage, but I'm going to say it's totally fine. So you come through, you take the damage as the 3 eye rays hit in from the health. What else are you going to do in your turn?
Oh, that's it. I can't do anymore.
All right, but I have it paused. At the end of your
Okay,
turn
cool.
and before Athos' turn starts, the creature is going to take a legendary action, firing off what appears to be a darkish red beam in the direction of Frank, who is the only creature in range.
Ah, I'm wise.
Frank, you
Never
fail with an 8. As you fail, you succumb to fear. You are frightened. You no longer can come closer to the source of the fear. And you have disadvantage on the attack against the creature, so you can no longer charging to the creature. In addition, you'll repeat the saving throw at the end of your turn. Athos, you're up next.
Boggers.
Didn't get any better right now.
This does not look promising. It's
This
just
looks
gonna,
great.
Keep trucking. Trying to stay outside the beam. Movement. Action. Bonus action. And that will end his turn.
Ending turn. The creature is going to move 20 feet, continuing to hover forward without fear.
Hell yeah.
It then is going to fire off a series of eye rays in the direction of Frank.
Hell yeah.
Frank is the only one within range.
God damn it, Frank.
What do you mean? I'm buying you guys time. Not my fault. You guys took fucking
Oh.
He had one
different
jump.
exit.
First ray is white.
Oh, this one's supposed
targeting. Sorry, I'm targeting way too many.
Oh
people.
my god!
Lots of beams coming.
Everybody
That was
dies.
a dexterity. I saw it coming. I get to do this.
Yeah, you have advantage.
And make
Doesn't let
another
me do
dexterity saving throw, please. Just do it manually.
Whoops. Nope. That was not what I meant to click. That was not what I meant to click.
A 15 is not going to succeed, so that's with your advantage there. You then fall prey to petrification. As the ground around you begins to freeze to stone, you are not entirely petrified yet. You repeat the saving throw, and if you fail, you will be entirely cased in stone.
Just write it all
Second
down.
eye
What
ray.
saving throws I need to make.
Being sent at you. It's a purplish beam. You then are going to fail with a 6.
Oh.
You are now unconscious and asleep. You begin to fall prone on the ground, and then it fires off a greenish beam at you. The third and final.
Should just fail, right?
It's going to automatically fail.
Yeah.
And as such, still in the rage, you successfully are able to mitigate 46 to 23 total points of force damage as a disintegration ray begins to eat away at you. This creature is without hesitation, without fear, and does not care about your lives. Ending its
Can't
turn.
fucking
Target, you're up
stop me.
next.
Well, that changes everything. Nope, it changes nothing for Tardan. Sorry, Frank. Tardan is going to action dash. It's too far away, isn't it? Actually, what is that? Is that 115?
From your position
worth it?
to the creature, you are 115 directly from the creature. But remember, the creature is 20 feet in the air, so we have to have 20 to that kind of angle and mitigate that a little bit. So you're plus 115. So you're still, if you're, what's the range? What are we looking at here?
120.
120?
Let's
I'll
make
give
it
it to you. I'll say it's fine. Yeah, I'm not going to count. I mean, I know it's too far, but it's okay.
Oh, I don't know if
Math
this
in
is
the
going to
head, but
work.
it's okay. Giving you the benefit of the doubt right now.
Oh, wait, I action dash. Never mind. I can't do what I need to do anyway. So, yeah, that's fine. End of my turn.
Okay. Ending turn, we now come to Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal is going to backtrack maybe 15 feet outside of the cone, is going to go ahead and get a conjuration here going. So we're going to go ahead and conjure animals. So I'm going to get the concentration effect going. In terms of what they can do, let me see. Conjuring a quarter. It's always a struggle playing a player character than also playing a very complicated monster. Let's see. Okay. It's gonna
I mean, you
spawn.
can just forget about the monster's attacks and just play Sir Dougal for us. That'd be great.
I know, right? That would be great for you all. You would love that, right? Okay, it's gonna create 8 giant owls.
Okay, so we have badgers, wolf, and owls now that he's killed.
I think the range of the conjure, I can throw them out 60 feet. And stack on each other, so we'll have them there. And then I will go ahead and get one of them on the turn order. Okay. So Sir Dougal is going to backtrack out of the space. Then is going to focus on conjuration. Throwing the conjurations to the left and right. Total of 8 giant owls are going to appear relative to the ground. The ones in the back are going to be roughly 10 feet into the air because they are going to, it's a 60 foot on the casting, so they're going to be able to get at least a little bit higher up here. It looks as if they're going to take formation and go around the actual field of the shimmering so that their conjurations are not going to cease. Sir Dougal is then going to continue their movement speed, kind of almost like outrunning it to make sure they can continue to concentrate on the effect here. They're going to go ahead and end their turn after taking their movement and their action. Frank, you're up next. Frank, you would be up next, I think. No, Ares is next. Okay. Because Ares, you're at the lowest of the initiative here. So Ares, you're next.
Thanks for reminding me. I rolled crappy on initiative. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So I'm gonna switch to, as I'm running, switch to my +2 arrows at this point.
Okay.
Realizing that the +1s have worked, and I'm going to run 35 feet, and then I'm going to take a couple shots at them.
All right. So 22 is going to hit the creature. 19 total points of piercing and psychic damage. As you're flinging arrows at long range with sharpshooter, you are expertly targeting the creature. The fact that it is slow, hovering, and seems you're expertly equipped in dealing with it. Firing at long range. Go for your second arrow. From across to the second arrow, 14 is not going to hit as the creature kind of moves and hovers, moving outside of the way for a brief moment.
And then that's going to end my turn.
Ending turn. We now come to Frank. Frank, the issue here, you have a lot of actual shit that is happening to you. Not only are you asleep, you're also falling prey to petrification, you are frightened, so there is a lot of things that you potentially have to save for. Are you here, Frank?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm eating dinner.
Okay, eating dinner. That's a good time.
That man is unfazed.
We're gonna start with the first thing that was thrown at you, which was a fear here. So I need you to go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Sure, why not?
Eating dinner, he's rolling his second character, let's be honest.
Okay. You are still afraid.
Cool.
We are then going to go in with the petrification. This is a big roll. I need you to make, please, I believe, let's see, a dexterity saving throw. 7. You have failed. You are now encased in stone.
Okay.
And for sleep, there is nothing you can do in terms of a save unless you are forced to be woken up. As you watch on to Frank, not necessarily a bad thing here. Frank's rage is going to end. They don't take any damage. And it doesn't look like they can take damage. As Frank, the sand actually goes around them, turning into stone into like sandstone, and they're encased. They could be protected at this point. Very much so. But they are solid in a prone, like falling back state, and then they land the large thunk, unmoving. Frank, you'll most likely be out of this fight.
Hey,
for the
like I said, I was buying time. That's all. What can I
Enjoy
do with
your
this?
dinner.
Yeah, what can I do with this? I'm gonna eat my dinner and watch you guys. Have fun.
Hey, that's your next.
So he is hovering 20 feet off the ground, like at the lowest. Like I could not reach him if I walked up on him.
Correct. He is 20 feet in the air, literally. You do not have reach from your melee weapons.
Suspect he's going to move. Bonus action dash. A little bit closer. And I will fling a poison dagger at him.
Okay.
At advantage because of the invisibility.
Correct. All right, 25 is going to hit. I'm going to go ahead and end concentration on your invisibility as well as take off the condition itself. Fantastic. You deal a total of 8 points of piercing damage, and then what is the poison? And then 9 total sneak.
It's the serpent venom. Let me. Ability. Oh, I thought it rolled. Hold on.
It might not. Let me see.
It's a DC 11. It's a DC 11 Constitution save, and it's 3d6 if they fail or half. So 3d6.
Okay, go ahead and roll 3d6 for me manually, and then I'll roll the save. All right, they are going to succeed on their saving throw. Not a very high saving throw to make there. So as you land the dagger in, kind of thunks in, they're going to half the damage to 5 total. And they kind of look into your direction with the eye tentacles, but not the central eye.
And that will end his turn.
Okay. On the end of your turn, and before we come to the giant owls, it is going to take a legendary action at you. Now, seeing you come into the visible range, it is going to fire off what resembles that of a greenish beam. The 14 con saving throw, you have failed. You are now paralyzed. Frozen in place and solid. So as you throw the dagger out, you're kind of struck, and then you just freeze mid-throw. We come to the owls. The owls are going to be flying, taking the directions of Sir Dougal, which is to get around the cone and then begin to distract the creature or potentially pick you all up. It just depends. So I'm going to keep them in formation as best as possible here. It's going to make it easier for me. So we have 40-40, some of which are staying towards the ground. Others are flying about 10 feet up. And they're going to be going an additional 20 feet here as they begin to fly around the cone. Okay? In there. And I'll rotate these. Fantastic. Okay. Then they're going to go for their dashes. So they move 60 feet on a fly speed. So they're going to get their dashes in here as they're rapidly picking pace. Unfortunately for you, for Tardan, you are invisible, so they can't actually pick you up. Unless, it was maybe some preparation beforehand, but they kind of begin to fly around you and over you. Maybe it's a good thing, right? That you're not picked up targeting. But it seems as though these giant owls are really trying to get around the cone and draw distractions. They're trying to get the creature to focus on them and perhaps save and spare. That's going to be the end of the owl's turn as they make their dashes. We now come to the eye creature's turn. This creature begins to roar, thrashing the teeth, moving left and right. It uses its action. As it does, it begins to channel purple and pink cackling lightning around it. And as it channels that energy, it teleports in space, appearing right to the bottom left of Ares. As it teleports, it hovers over you, looking down with the eye tentacles, looking up. The crowd begins to boo. Teleportation not being something that you all should be able to do. Maybe not something that it did with the rest. As it does, it looks around you, not taking anything per se yet, as it really can't. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that this template gets kind of shifted. I have to manually, I think, change it. Let me see if I can...
No, you mean to shift it down and to the left as I'm looking at the screen here. That's where you want to go with it.
Right, yeah, it's coming out of his butt, obviously.
Focus
let me
on the
see.
crowd.
I'm going to go ahead and remake it because I think it's going to be easier to do. Got stuck there.
Yeah, it looks about right.
167, I think, is accurate based on the angle. Okay. So as it teleports, this is action to do so. It appears 20 feet to your bottom left. It kind of absorbs that purple and pink lightning and then kind of comes through and sees. As it does, it stares down towards you. Damodar has given me ample gifts, and I will eat and consume your bones. Do not run. And it ends its turn. Tardan, you're next.
This fucking thing. Okay. Well,
Yeah, can we do something here, Tardan?
Yeah, Tardan's gonna move 30 feet here, which puts me 95 feet. Damn it. I can't fucking unsettling words from here. Bitch. That's fine. Whatever. I'm gonna target. And I'm going to throw a psychic lance at it.
Okay.
It's going to have a high wisdom, but
It's intelligence save.
yeah. Or
With a DC
intelligence save.
17 intelligence save, it succeeds with a 23. Creature is extremely intelligent. The saving throw not being ample for this endeavor. You still are able to get damage off, so have no fear. It's just not going to succumb to the incapacitation. So it takes 16 total points. And then as it takes, kind of looks around with its tentacles. That is going to break your stealth, revealing you. Ending concentration as well as the invisibility condition.
I will end my turn there.
Okay. At the end of your turn, and before we come to Sir Dougal, the creature is going to take a legendary. As it does, it looks upon Ares, still focusing its attention after the teleportation. It then is going to fire off a whitish beam directly at you.
It missed altogether, totally.
With a DC 16 dexterity saving throw, you have rolled an 11. You have failed. You are on the beginning of petrification, such as what happened to Frank, who will repeat the saving throw at your turn, will be encased in solid stone. Sir Dougal, with the concentration of the creatures, we come into a little bit of a vague area with rules here. The anti-magic field specifically pertains to the actual conjurations and not the actual concentration of the creatures to make them manifest. Once they're done, okay, they will still exist. Sir Dougal is then going to take and move roughly 25 feet to get outside of the field of play. Going to go ahead and look on exactly what we have here. A lot of water walking, a lot of water breathing. So not a whole lot of things available besides raging and wild shaping. And they can't go to a flying creature. So they then are going to take a dash as quickly as they can. And as they begin to yell outwards, they yell at the owls to return to them. Perhaps picking Sir Dougal up and getting towards this creature to fight. Ending their turn. Ares, we now come to you. So,
I have to do a dex saving throw, right?
on a failed save, you're going to begin to turn into stone. So you are restrained at this point.
Oh,
This
I'm
does
not. Okay.
So this does not mean, so I'm going to apply the restraint condition. We didn't really have this with Frank because Frank had a lot of other things going on. Okay. So you will repeat this on the end of your next turn. That does not mean you don't have a turn. So technically, you can still fire up at it at disadvantage because you're restrained. But you will make a dexterity saving throw here at the end.
Well, you damn well know I'm going to go ahead and shoot at it.
I know you're going to do it.
How do I do disadvantage?
It will automatically do it because I put the restraint condition upon you.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and shoot twice at him.
All right,
That's all
first
I
arrow
got,
comes
guys.
through at disadvantage. 16 is not going to hit. As you fire off in the direction of the creature kind of moves out of the way, firing point blank. The stone continuing to encase around you. You fire off another arrow.
Oh my God. dude.
Natural
Oh.
one.
Get
Pulling the bow
worse.
back, getting the arrow tied in. It pulls back and you're unable. You cannot move because you're restrained. Anything for your bonus?
Do I have any bonus actions I can do? Okay, so I have Indomitable.
You do. It allows you
But-
to repeat the saving throw if you make it. Or if you
So,
fail, I should say.
And that's a bonus action, correct?
To use Indomitable?
No,
It's
hold
free.
on.
I think
No,
that was
that's a special. That's a special. It's just
Oh,
free.
it's just a special. Okay.
Mhm.
So I don't have any bonus actions I think I can use unless I'm missing something here. I don't have. I mean, I have curving shot, but I have to. That's a different target.
Yeah, no other targets here.
Yeah, and then I have.
Shoot Frank. Wake him up.
Well, you're
Frank's
also
stone.
You're also stone.
Yeah, it was
so
a
I'm gonna-
joke, man. Like, I had like 5 things. I know. It was
I'm-
a joke. Okay,
I'm panicking here. Okay, I'm panicking.
Shoot
All
Frank.
right, I'm gonna go ahead and do my dex save for the end of the turn.
Okay. Roll dex save, please. Comes through. Taking your roll as is. It's not an automatic failure because it's not a ply that you are technically in, because that would be ridiculous if you automatically failed restrain, right? It's a restrained condition in the sense of attack rolls because your feet are getting mined up. Okay. So you rolled a 19 flat with your roll here. You are successful. At the end of your turn, you break off the paralysis. You shed away the stone, and you are not petrified any longer. That's the end of
Thank
your
God.
turn. Frank, there is nothing
I'm aware. I, already
I
ended
can do
it.
for you.
No, fuck you. I don't want you to do anything for
You
me.
can make a wisdom
You
saving throw
petrified me,
for the
Michael. I
fear.
know what you did already.
You can try to break the fear if you like, so you can make a wisdom saving throw. I can remove the condition, but
Can
that's all I
Stone
can
be
do.
afraid or
Oh yeah,
asleep?
sure. Let me just fucking nailed it. All right, cool. Next turn.
All right. We now come to Athos. So Athos, I'm pretty sure you can probably figure this out, but this creature is exactly that. Intelligent, also with other capabilities that Damodar has provided them, and potentially to kill you all. The paralysis ray is repeated at the end of your turn. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh,
So close to a 20.
10.
so close.
You are still paralyzed, ending your turn. And I'm going to do it for you. So, we now come to the owls. The owls turn. Jordan, here we go.
Let's go.
55 feet. It then begins to pick you up. Okay? It's going to move an additional 5 feet. And I'm going to go ahead and provide the token attacher tool. And I'm going to attach you to the actual creature, because the creature is going to pick you up and then fly with its dash. That's what
Let's
I'm going to have
go.
it do. Okay?
Like, I'm getting the
You
fuck
can
out of
see
here.
some
Fuck you guys.
No, I needed to go towards the monster.
All right. Had a lot of weird things happening, a lot of windows open.
I'm leaving
Okay.
the stadium. Bye.
Then it's going to fly in the direction, but slightly to the left, and you should move if I did it correctly. And I'm going to
Yep.
put you just at the left, so I want to make sure you can still hover over your token. I don't want to put you over
Yep.
top because then it can get weird hovering over. And then it's going to fly to the left, continuing to try to get you in range a little bit. I'm going to actually move it 20 feet to the left because I think it's going to be worth it. Make sure I have the measuring tool. So I have 50 there. Then go additional 10 feet. Wants to get you within 60. So it's going to put you there. Okay?
Oh, I need another 30. But okay, that's fine.
So it wants to get you towards 60, but also take the outside because it's trying to split the cone. Okay? The rest of the owls are going to do something similar. So they're going to move their entire movement speed with the dash as well. And they're going to get to with it as well on the left flank. And they're going to move roughly 15 feet. And at that point, I'm going to have them break formation. About there. So they're kind of now breaking off 10 feet low. And they're kind of staying low. And they're trying to get a little bit of goat from the actual shimmering effect. The owls on the other side, 50 feet, one of which is going to pick up you, Athos. So I'm going to provide the token attacher tool, and I'm going to attach you to it. It's going to move 50 feet to get to you, and then is going to fly off with you in tow and get you there on a dash. The other three, one of which turn to you, Frank.
No, I belong in this stadium.
Lower
No.
itself down and begin to pick you up.
This is my new home.
That's a buff bird. He's picking up a
That
friend.
is a buff bird.
You are petrified, so I'm gonna have to roll an actual athletics check here.
Please fail.
It's unable. So now another owl is coming over, and they're going to both assist to pick you up.
Just drop me, please.
Oh my god.
End my suffering.
They're going to pick you up together with their clouds and move you roughly 25 feet, which is the remainder of the movement speed at half of what they have for a dash. The other one is going to move now out and is going to get an additional, looks like 120 feet here. And that is to try to create some distraction of the cone. So it's kind of flying off. So again, picking you up Not really getting any sort of elevation here, keeping you towards the ground, and then potentially going to fly you up when it's necessary, but trying to get you spread out as much as possible for the casting of magic. We now come to the creature's turn. The creature, seeing that Ares has broken free of the petrification, is firing off 2 rays at your direction. Bluish ray coming at you.
Oh boy, this should be fucking good.
Succeeding with a 24.
24.
You half 29 damage to 14 to Croesus as it hits into your shoulder,
Oh my
pulling it
god.
apart. Then fires a bright orangish red beam at your other shoulder once, twice, prompting you for additional saving throws. With a 15, that is a fail. Are you rolling it again?
I can use Abdominal multiple times?
Only once. You didn't use it because I told
Oh,
you.
I didn't use it.
succeeded.
Yeah, I'm going to use Abdominal, yep.
Go ahead and make another dexterity saving throw manually, please.
Yeah, how about
Nice.
Succeeding with a 25. You
Oh,
then
that was
are going
so
to
worth
have-
it.
You are going to have 76 total points of damage. You take 38 points of necrotic damage. As it does, once into your shoulder, blue beam, another into the other shoulder. It then begins to hover over, seeing an owl off its left flank. It targets the owl and then fires off what appears to be a greenish beam at that owl. The owl actually is going to save with a 19 as it does, kind of dodges out of the way, hitting it through. And that is the end of the creature's turn. However, the creature is replenished in its legendaries and looks upon the opposing targets that make their advances. Tarn, you're up next.
Okay. Am I able to shake free of the owl now to kind of move
That's
closer
correct.
if I need
That's
to?
why it kept you to the ground, so you would not incur any fall damage.
Sweet.
Simply move your token as you normally would.
Let's
Big
see.
brain. Harrison, I don't know if you're watching, but I'm just helping you out here.
So if I move, need to move as close as I possibly can to this thing. Here. Why did that not move me?
I might have to break you. Let me see if I can break you off of the token detachment. Normally I don't have to, but let me see if I can detach it. Okay, go ahead now.
Yeah, I won't let you go.
Yeah, no, don't.
Now I can't even
Roll an
grab my
athletic check.
token.
I can't do it. You can't do it at all?
No, I can't even touch my token.
Oh no. Okay, let me
it-
see.
It's targeting my token now.
Detaching all elements. Try it now.
There we go. All right, so now
There.
here.
You have to disintegrate. This would be a great time for disintegrate.
Nope. I'm gonna look at him. You and Damodar will meet again in hell, and I'm going to use my unsettling words on it.
Oh,
Damn.
Okay, I'm using unsettling words, applying a D8 here to their check. I'll go ahead and make sure that's done, and then you fire off.
Blindness.
Ooh, blindness. Interesting. Natural 1
Yep.
is the roll that we have.
Nice.
Regardless of what they would succeeded, they are blind now. I'm going to go ahead and apply the condition. So, as you throw off the blindness spell onto this creature, you can see that multiple of its tentacles and its eye tentacles are now going gray. So it's blinded, and this is a magical blindness. So it's not just the central eye, but it's also all of the eyes that are blind. However, the magical cone is still being portrayed. It's still sending out because the eye is still there.
Yep.
Does that mean it can relocate it? Who knows? But it kind of moves and thrashes around, shifting its weight.
I will end my turn.
All right, we now come to Sudugal. Sudugal is continuing to charge up, moving 30 feet, but continuing on the right flank of the creature as best as possible. I do not believe Sudugal has any sort of ranged weaponry. In
He
addition,
just got him a
He can
sword.
bunny
didn't
hop.
we?
I mean, I have Moonbeam yet?
Oh, he could bunny
I
hop,
don't.
yeah.
There is no moonbeam available. They also concentrating on the conjurations.
that's
I've
fair.
seen them buddy hop as well. So they're going to go ahead and get into a dash here. I'm going to put them on the back side of the creature and prepare for the bunny hop on the next turn. So as best as they can do, as the owls themselves are concentrating on helping the party out rather than themselves. Or Sir Dougal. So, Ares, you're up next.
So a technical question here. Well, actually, I probably wouldn't know. Would I know that Tardan cast a spell to blind this creature? But is there
You
anything
would know that
obvious
the eye tentacles have gone gray, and the fact that the creature is having difficulty with sight.
Okay. So I'm going to move away. And I'm going to hope that I don't get an attack of opportunity here, but I'm going to move away here.
Creature is 20 feet into the air as you run away. It does not do anything.
Okay. And I'm going to attack the creature twice with my +2 arrows here. Oh, why do I... It still rolled a disadvantage.
It rolls
no,
at
that
an
was at
advantage because the
advantage.
creature is
Oh, that's
blinded.
advantage?
Is blind.
Oh,
29 total points of piercing and psychic
Hey, I'll
damage.
take
As
it.
you land, thrashes left and right.
How hurt is it looking?
Is bleeding from multiple wounds, in fact, of only you have applied.
Excuse me. I threw a javelin at it. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
that's
threw a
it.
dagger at it.
javelin and a dagger too.
It was at disadvantage too.
Come on. We know
I haven't done
Ares has done the
shit.
most damage.
I know. But
Jeez, get out of here.
And I'm gonna use on that one. I'm gonna use grasping arrow on it.
Okay.
I think that's one we said I don't have to declare before. So
Yeah, you just need to hit with it.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then I'm gonna roll my second attack here.
Okay. So the let's see real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry. I probably did that too fast.
No, you're fine. I just want to look real quick on the arcane shot. Okay. All right, so it's encased with vines. So the arrow kind of hits and then begins to sprawl vines all around it. Doesn't do any poison damage just yet unless it moves right through the space. You go for the second arrow. 18 is going to hit. That deals 23 total points of piercing and psychic damage.
Yeah, and then I don't know why I lost it, but that's gonna end my turn.
Okay. Frank, you're being carried by giant
know.
owls. Let's roll your
another
your
3.
fear.
Fuck yeah! All right, end the turn.
Unable. Athos, go ahead and make a
god.
save, please.
I'm nothing but
Constitution
consistent, baby.
for the paralysis. You are unable. Go ahead and end your turn.
Just having a good time up here, guys. Don't worry about
All
it.
We now come to the owls. All right, the owls are going to carry you, but they're going to only get about 60 feet because you are technically difficult for them to carry at this point, being so heavy with the stone. So they're going to kind of continue to get around the shimmering. For you, Athos, we're going to get to about 120. They're going to make directly a beeline here. It's going to make you shimmer through on the token attachers. They continue to carry you. This one is going to fire away at 120 feet on its dash, taking on the right side. That's all done for the giant owls on the right. Now we come to the left. We're now going to get into some attacks. First owl begins to come through. It's going to fly up to 20 feet. And then we have this owl flying to 20 feet. And then the rest of them going to 20 feet and then surrounding. So I'll just go ahead and put their elevation now. And then have them basically surround here as best as I think they would. And then Sir Dougal is being raised up to 20 feet by one of the owls who's going to take a dash instead as well to pick up that. So I'm only going to get 3 attacks here. Roll 60-20 for the advantage because the target's blinded. Only one of the attacks is successful. So the talons are going to rake across. We have 2d6 plus 1 damage. That is going to be a total of 6 points of slashing kind of damage that comes across with those talons in the direction of the eye monster creature, ending their turn. We now come to the eye monster. Encased within the vine work and everything. It's having difficulty, can't see anything. It's now going to make a blind attempt at throwing off its eye rays around it. It's going to send 3 just absolutely around.
Disco
Okay.
ball of death.
It's a disco ball of death. The first ray coming out
disco
is targeting
ball.
one of the owls. Disadvantage here comes through. The owl is going to thereby roll another d20. I'm going to give it advantage because I think that's the best way I can do with blindness. Since it's a saving throw only, that's going to be a fail. That owl vaporizes, disappear from existence. Okay. Blue ray coming across at another owl. That one is going to succeed, but does nothing even if it succeeds or not. That owl is dead as well. I'm going to make sure I maintain where the owls are in space. Third owl here. That's going to come in for a reddish-orange beam. That owl is going to fail as well. And that owl is going to, regardless of its saving throw, is going to perish. So Serdugal, I'm still having to be 20 feet, have the other owl pick him up. So that owl in the backside, Serdugal, is up there. The creature does not have an action to break the brambles of the grasping, but at the end of their turn, they can repeat the saving throw that they had on the blindness condition, which I believe is a con save, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's the DC? 17?
17.
Gets a 19 success to end the blindness condition. No longer is it blind to the graspingness of the vine still around it. It makes no movement as it thrashes and ends its turn. Tarn, you're up next.
Ares, do that thing that you do again. And I'm going to use a bardic inspiration on Ares.
Okay.
And then I'm going to yeah, you know what? Why not? We're gonna cast Chromatic Orb at 5th level. However, I am going to use my Tides of Chaos to get advantage on the throw.
Okay.
So
Advantage on the attack. You should
on the attack, yeah.
Okay. So you can crit fish if you want. You can make another flat d20. You can roll with advantage there, so you can crit fish, but it's up to you.
Okay. Why not? Let's see what happens.
Okay, so no crit on there, but we still have a successful hit with the chromatic orb. Fire damage as this flaming ball of fire begins to unleash. It strikes into the left side of the creature as it thrashes and moves left and right from the brambles.
Yeah, and I will end my turn there.
All right, go ahead and make a roll, please. D100.
Oh, I should probably pull up that table.
Okay, nothing happens. Now come to Serdugal. I think you have to roll, if I remember correctly, you have to roll a specific thing on the percentile, right?
No, it's a D20. If I roll a 1, then I roll on the table.
Okay, go ahead and make a d20 roll then. I don't play with a lot of wild magic sorcerers. It's not really something
Nope,
that's
you're good.
13.
You're good.
Okay, so that is not going to get you onto the table. Nothing
Nope.
sparks from your wild magic here. All right, we now come to Serdugal. Serdugal is being raised up by their owl. They then are going to ignite the Sunblade here, and they're going to go in for a rage and some strikes. Apparently, they did not have the Sunblade equipped, but I'm going to equip it for them anyways. Rage coming on, and we now have a Sunblade strike. They only get one strike here coming through, so make sure I get that on the right target. 13. That's unsuccessful swinging through. Creature no longer blinded. Creature's kind of now turning in the direction of where it's hearing the magic being cast and the other things, but has yet to fully turn until its turn. Serdugal is not successful with its action or bonus action. It's still raised, posing a threat. Creature's backside being raised by that owl. At the end of Sir Dougal's turn, and before you start Ares, creature is going to take a legendary. As it does, it begins to turn around and look in the direction of that owl and fires up a greenish beam. Owl is going to fail. As it is, it takes 34 total points of force damage and is vaporized from existence. Sir Dougal begins to fall. Ares, you're up next.
Well, I'm just gonna kind of do what I do, and I'm gonna keep on shooting at the mother flipper.
Bardic
I
Inspiration.
have to choose before. I have to choose before I know the roll.
I should
It
show you.
should state it.
Oh,
Right
it should tell you what you rolled.
That
on
is
the
your
big
roll
box.
on that bug
Oh,
box. If you don't want
yeah,
it,
I'll
hit the
use
red X
Bardic
on the top
Inspiration.
right. We're using it. Okay. Ooh, we did not get enough on the Bardic Inspiration roll, but good use because it could. You don't have Unfailing, right?
I do.
No.
Yeah.
So it's put back on.
Yep.
Okay. Let me go ahead and get
Oh,
that
so
back on you.
So I have it again.
Correct.
Yep.
So your first arrow is going to miss. I'm going to put it on you real quick. So you're bardically inspired again because you have failed. So the arrow flies, basically missing, and then you're reinvigorated to potentially get another arrow out and hit this creature. Go ahead and make that attack.
You know we're doing it again. I am not gonna use Bardic
Hit the
Inspiration on
top right.
this
that
one.
little X. Just close out the window. 18. That's going to be go ahead and be a successful hit. 20 total points of piercing and psychic damage. Thunk into the creature.
And then I'm gonna use a bonus action to use Second Wind on myself.
Okay. All right, 14 a healing apply to you.
All right, that's better. And then I'm going to end my turn.
All right, before we get to you, Frank, here, we are in round 7. The creature is going to take a legendary. As it does, it begins to cycle. Its eye tentacles no longer blinded, looks in the direction of Tardan. It then begins to fire off a greenish beam. With a 7, you have
Oh.
failed. You are now paralyzed.
Hey, welcome to the party.
All right, Frank, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw and return to break the fear.
Can I roll another 3, please? Oh, fuck. Whatever.
13. You have failed, ending your turn. Athos, please make con save. 11. You have failed. Please end your turn. We now
Teetered
come
on
to the
19
owls.
on my screen. It's like,
Yeah, both times.
All right, so owl in the forefront, making its dash, gets you 120 in the direction of the creature. For you here, Athos, this one is going to go ahead and take you in the low ground here. I'm going to go ahead and get you 10 feet still, so it has to go 120 to get to this point. It then is going to cycle through, and I'm going to remove all of the attached tokens, and I'm placing you in cover of the wall. So it's actually dropping you down into the sand of the rampart to get you cover from the creature, even though it's hovering above. So you're technically in total cover now from the eyes there. Going to go ahead and come to you, Frank. These ones are going to carry you only 60 feet, and
hell yeah.
they're aiming to do exactly that. Try to get you a total cover and protect you as best as possible.
Don't drop me.
That is the end of the turn. We now come to the eye tentacle creature's initiative. 3 eye rays are going to be sent out. One of the eye rays in the direction of Ares fires off a purplish light pink ray. This ray has actually not been seen before.
Yeah, I'm gonna take that roll, I think.
You take the roll, you succeed with an 18. This is a charm ray. Falling in prey to hallucinations and other things, you are able, I should say, to be able to succumb from that. Now,
Oh, thank God.
we now come to Tardan. Tardan, you're hit by a whitish ray. Failing automatically because you are paralyzed. You are now falling into a petrification. So applying you with this restrained. I won't apply with the restrained condition quite yet because we'll see what happens. But it's not looking good for you at the current moment. The third ray going in the direction of Sir Dougal. This ray is a ray that has not been seen before either. This is a dexterity saving throw going in the direction of Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal has failed it with a 12. They are slowed, which actually speed is half for 1 minute. Can't take reactions, and it can take either an action or bonus action in its turn, not both. And they can repeat the saving through at the end of its turns and the effect on success. I'm going to go ahead and put a charmed condition upon, because I don't have anything else to apply for that slow. A little bit weird to do that one because Sir Dougal's falling. So it's kind of slowing them.
Slow
It's like
fall.
air. Yeah, it's a slow fall now. It's actually helping them. So that was not exactly the best thing. The creature is not going to move because it's still in the grasp, but it is now going to turn its eye in the direction of Tartan. Seeing the magic being casted from them, they are going to go ahead and rotate their eye at them. So to remake
Man.
the
Petrifies me, paralyzes me, and puts me in this anti-magic zone. This is bullshit.
anti-magic field applied.
You said
Now-
you get put to sleep yet?
At the end
yeah.
of their turn, and before we come to you, Tartan, as we come to some big, massive saving throws here, we're going to go ahead and take a break. Because we are in
boy.
combat. I expect this combat to be a little bit longer, maybe a lot longer. We don't know, right? These are all up to the saving throws. And if there was ever a time to have a paladin for that aura of protection, it would be now. But
We are taking
we all-
applications for a 6th member of.
that's right. If you're watching this
Fire
stream,
die!
we are
Let's
taking
go.
applications for a 6th member. You could potentially create a character really fast, get into the game, and help out this party.
Comes
Because
I
safe.
mean,
Because it's not
a
looking
paladin
good.
with ride or die would never be corrupted. Trust me.
Vengeance
Okay.
Paladin.
So, before I go to break, how's everyone feeling?
Oh,
Sleepy,
fantastic. This thing's about to die.
Stoned.
I mean, look, I'm just curious why I'm the only one doing any damage. That's all I'm.
Hey, I hit it for 36.
Tier 1 job.
I mean, okay.
Actually,
fair
I hit
point.
it for more than that. I hit
Fair
it for
point.
50 something because I hit it for 19 earlier.
Let's just say
Just a
ride or
second.
die. We'll be going to a Fletcher soon,
So,
and we all will be
I've
getting
hit-
some bows and arrows, crossbows, whatever we want. Let's just say that we have a plan. We don't even have to speak to each other about it. We all know what we have to do. We know.
Gotcha.
I mean, I have range.
I'll give
Alright.
free lessons, okay? Free lessons.
Okay. All right. Well, again, thanks. Thanks for watching the stream. We appreciate it so much. Happy holidays. We'll be back in roughly 15 minutes or so. So probably about 7 p.m. PST. Hopefully you join us for the second half of the session. See what happens here with Group 5 Ride or Die. If they survive, if they don't, I don't know, honestly. So,
Literal
we'll be back.
ride or die.
Ride or die, baby.
It's about
Bye.
time.
That's what we're here for.
All right.
Frank have little eye
Welcome
holes to
back.
see through. I want to see this.
We really appreciate you sticking around and joining us. We're going to get going with the second half of our session here. This really now comes down to is the role of Tardan Salangale. Tardan, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw at the end of your turn here. That's going to perhaps trigger what we can do for the petrification. 13.
Oh,
Uh,
it was nice knowing you guys.
Tard, you have failed your paralysis saving throw. Thereby, you have failed your petrification saving throw. You are now encased in stone. As it begins to fall,
one of
encasing you completely, that is now going to be the end of your turn. And on the end of your turn, and before we come to Sir Dougal, the creature takes a legendary aimed at Ares. Ares, you are hit by a greenish beam fired out at you.
I'll fuck this up.
It's fine. He has bardic inspiration.
It's not going to matter.
Damn.
I rolled so low.
One more.
15. Already using, I believe you're indomitable. You have no other saving throw to make. 15 is a failure. We're hit 49 total points of force damage. The center of your
life.
chest erupts with greenish energy, vaporizing your armor and your body. But you sustain yourself. Your armor's still intact. You pull yourself away from it in the nick of time before you are completely disintegrated from this existence. We now come to Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal is slowed. This gives ample time for Sir Dougal to potentially take the attack. So, can only take the attacker bonus on its turn, not both. It is going to attempt to swing. Only thing Sir Dougal can do, and we're going to go with the Sunblade. Coming across with an attack. 26 hits with the Sunblade. Not a great roll. In fact, I don't think they have a lot of strength. So 8 points of damage is dealt. Radiant as it comes through. Slicing down, they then are now 10 feet as they begin to fall. And they are unable to do anything else. I'm going to go ahead and repeat the saving throw. Ares, you're up.
At
Dougal's
this
still
point,
slowed.
I got nothing left to lose. So I'm shooting them a couple times here.
go.
Natural 20!
Let's go.
That's my boy.
7 total piercing and psychic damage is dealt. Things into you, tends to turn, grasping still, has not moved. It can't move unless it takes damage. Turns, looks towards, thrashing its mouth back and forth. You go for the second arrow.
Oh, he would still have bardic inspiration because he failed that save, right?
Correct.
Oh
Not
my
that it matters.
God.
He didn't
Not
need
that it
it.
matters. We haven't needed.
You don't need
27,
it.
it hits.
Uh,
22
Fucking
total
one,
points
though.
of piercing and psychic damage. Pincushion, as this Orbis is, it's still alive, bleeding profusely, falling
Oh my
down
God.
from the ground. It is still up. You then pull your arrow back, but you're unable to fire another one on this turn, putting bardic inspiration to you because you are going to go ahead and need it at the end of your turn. Unless you, what are you doing?
That's an action.
The bonus action prairie dog.
Where's the special ability that we got within our sheet so I can refresh myself on that?
It's under features at the bottom.
See a
There's
gift
a
gift of the.
old one.
That's an action. You've already spent your action to attack.
Oh, it is an action yet.
With the shot.
I'm just gonna move. Try to move 35 feet backwards away from it here to maybe get out of ray range and make it move. I don't know. And then I'm gonna end my turn.
At the end of your turn, and before we come to Frank, the creature tracking you with one of its eye tentacles, it then begins to fire off another. This one, per the roll that I do blind, by the way, I've been rolling for these eye rays, is another green beam.
Oh no.
You need to succeed on the saving throw, or you will be disintegrated.
No, 100%.
And 19.
Nice.
Bardically inspired, as you dive out of the way, the greenish beam nicks towards your back, continues to fly. You have successfully dodged, and you take no damage. Frank,
Thank you, Lord.
another saving throw.
Oh yeah, I'm in here. Yeah, let's do it.
Stop being afraid, you
Slowly
pansy statue.
encroaching a minute.
Oh my
as the
God!
condition would end.
I did
You are
something.
no longer frightened, but that
All right,
doesn't mean
anyway.
much.
See ya.
Into the conditions that have been applied to you.
I am now not scared of death.
All right, Ethos. At the end of your turn, please make another saving throw. 16 con save. You are successful.
Thank
The paralysis ends at the end of your turn. We then come to the owls. The owl looks towards you, Athos. Hoo, hoo. What do you want it to do?
Let's go.
Fucking goes. Flies up 20
Fucking
feet
goes.
into the air using 10 feet and then begins to fly with its dash, pulling you along with it. So I'm going to have you be in the front, and you can be to the left or to the right, moving your token as freely as you'd like at this point. Put you 20 feet into the air.
Let's fucking go.
Okay. We now come to the other owls. Frank, still with your petrification here. They're going to go ahead and do
I'm
a
not
deep dive.
scared, so that's a bonus.
Get you off. They're going to drop you off here, and
Oh,
that's
what?
going to be the end of the 2 turns there. They're going to get you in total cover here with a ramp up, so you cannot be targeted.
Adam.
Imagine
One
if this
attack coming
bird
through.
crit and
That
killed
giant
it.
owl flies up to 20 feet, and unfortunately gets an 8 on the attack and is unable to connect. We now come to the eye monster. The eye monster, at this point, wounded, bleeding profusely, begins to rotate, looking in the direction, changing its template at the owls, removing them from the board. The anti-magic field hits, and they are no longer conjured. They then take 3 eye rays, 1 to each. We start with Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal is hit by a blue ray, prompting a con save. Sir Dougal is successful, and with the rage, only takes 9 total points of damage, succeeding on their concentration of the conjurations. Athos, now without paralysis, waiting for the opportune moment, you're flying in, sends off a ray at your direction. This ray is a ray not seen yet. It's a darkish green ray. As it is, prompts you for a save. With a fail of 2, it is a telekinetic ray. It rips you from the grasp of the owl and fucking yeets you. Tosses you 30 feet into that direction. As it does, you are no longer in the grasp of the owl. You take no damage, but you are restrained in midair. And that restraint is until the end of the eye monster's next turn. or until it's incapacitated. Third and final ray is at Ares. Ares, strangely enough, another of this darkish purple ray is sent at you, which we've only seen now twice, and you have been the focus of. May the rolls be ever in your favor. The DC 16 wisdom saving throw. You have yet again, on this session tonight, rolled another natural 20. That, my friend,
That's 4.
is 4 natural 20s. Just
At least it wasn't
on
4 in a
this
row.
night. Oh my gosh, can you imagine it's 4 in a row? That would be nuts.
Just so we know,
The creature.
for the rest of the campaign, I'm not rolling a nat 20. Just so we all know this.
Just the ball, you're
The
lucky.
creature, still grasped in the bramble of vines around it, dares not make any movements as it bleeds, trickling this dark maroon and blackish blood about its monstrous aberration flesh. It then ends its turn. Tardan,
Oh, thank God.
you are paralyzed
Oh,
and
God.
petrified. You can still repeat the paralysis saving throw.
That's con, right? Yeah.
It is con. That is not an automatic failure. It still allows you to roll it. 18. You have succeeded, ending the paralysis on the end of your turn. What this means for you is that you're still encased in stone, the breath and the oxygen limiting you, but you are able now to do things. If you can. I don't know what's in your repertoire. We come to Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal, continuing their fall without any of the owls, lands upon the ground, taking fall damage. Still in the midst of a rage, they take 3 fall damage. They are still slowed. They don't have a lot at their disposal at this present moment. Unfortunately, they also do not have a lot of spells at the present moment. So, they can only take a bonus action or an action. If they jump, they can lead to 15 feet with the rabbit hop, I believe. Go ahead and make sure. Feet equal to 5 times proficiency bonus. That's 20
Oh, that
feet
would be
now.
20.
They can only take one or the other. They're going to take their bonus because they're still slowed, and they're going to jump. They're going then to jump at the creature, going 20 feet, to try to finish it off on the next turn. They're going to make another saving throw at the end here. Natural 20. They break the slow. We'll see if they take any damage to continue the rage. For now, we'll keep it on. Ares, all comes down to you, my friend. You've been the most damaged of this entire fight. The creature swaying side to side, bleeding profusely, and your friends succumbed, albeit to the abilities. They are much okay. You yourself, not.
Well, I'm just gonna do what I do. I'm taking a couple more shots at it.
Oh.
First arrow flies. 26
Dude,
hits.
that was on a 2 for a minute on my screen.
21 total points of piercing and psychic. How do you want to do it?
There we go.
Nice.
Oh, thank the Lord. I'm gonna say, not today, Damodar. You have to do better than this. And I'm gonna let it fly, and it's gonna go straight through the entire body and create a cavity because of how hard I shot, how much I had to pull back, and how hard the arrow went through the body.
Okay. As you fire it, subsonic, the arrow pierces. The air is ringing from the crowd. Bam! Goes straight through the body, ripping a hole like a bullet through. It explodes into the creature. As it does, it takes it, unaware that it's dead. It kind of moves for a brief moment, then loses that magical hover, falling down to the ground with a large plump. Hits into the ground, squishing, the blood filling the void of space. Combat is now over. The crowd begins to cheer.
Yay.
As
Once
soon as
more.
that happens, oh, I'm sorry.
Crowd picks up. Go for it.
As soon as all that happens and the last shot's fired, Ares is just going to fall to the ground to a knee, exhausted, almost dead, and then start looking for everybody else in the party to see what the situation is.
Waiting for you guys at the tunnel, baby.
Frank's ready to go.
Ready,
Yeah,
ready to
Frank's already
celebrate.
out.
I'm already ready to celebrate.
I think you're still petrified.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Am I still floating in the air? Did I fall?
You are
Just still
floating
up
in
there,
the air.
20 feet.
You do take 5 points of fall damage.
Oh, no, shit.
As the battle concludes, the cheering, the voice of Kulres begins to speak out, silencing the crowd. Ride or die. You have been victorious where all those have not. In a miraculous and unprecedented occasion, you have vanquished a foe that seems oh so familiar with you all and sent to perhaps reap and ensnare revenge. Like true champions of this Colosseum, you remain and will forever be ingrained within the hearts of the crowd around. Always remember that what you have faced here is at the pinnacle of what the world will send at you. With no cover, no friends to support but yourselves. You have done what others cannot, and you have come together to slay a foe. The crowd loves and cheers you. You are true champions. We will do our best to recover your friends, seeing two of which are petrified. House representatives are coming out.
sleeping.
The House representatives begin to inspect for wounds, looking at you all. As they begin to pump out heals in the direction of Frank and Ares. Ares, you are healed with 28 additional hit points. And Frank, unfortunately, 16 total hit points. Taking the petrification, they begin to inspect. Looking upon you, Tarn, they see the petrification as well. They begin to bring out wagons, wheelbarrows, to put your both bodies inside of them as they begin to cart you back into the holding area.
Sweet.
Was there before we all head out? Was there anything left of the monster?
There was.
Yeah. Try to see if he had anything on him, and maybe harvest a couple of his eye stalks.
Okay.
But there's a crowd of like 500,000 people watching this. You're going to harvest this dude in front of them?
Souvenirs,
Yes.
baby. Souvenirs.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, you begin to work through the eye monster stocks. How many do you want?
Let's say 3.
Okay. Make a survival check, please.
Of course. Of course.
Natural
Oh my
20.
god.
You extract 3 in pristine condition. These eye monster stocks, and I'm using eye monster. I do want to clarify they are it is a beholder, so I'm sure you're all familiar with D&D. Something that's kind of changed with the OGL, probably happening on D&D. I will be trying to do as much as I can with not referencing them through our playthrough here, based on some things that are starting to change with the OGL. So we don't want to fall prey to any of that licensing things. So we'll use iMonster for that. So you're able to recover 3. So I'll drag them into your inventory here. Pristine condition, they are very rare, these items. You're able to get them into maybe a glass jar or perhaps just kind of laying within a wrapping and whatnot. But they, as you kind of cut them off, they have their own movement, their own nervous system. They were working independently of the creature you have faced. Perhaps they are invigorated with magic, just innate, that comes from this creature. As you cut them off, the crowd continuing to cheer, you then retract to the rampart. We come into now the small crowd, the blacksmith continuing, and the kitchen working. You're back in the waiting area. The heal's been provided from the healer's kits and what they can do. They then begin to inspect the petrification that has been bestowed to the 2 companions that you have. And as that happens, you hear an oh so familiar voice and a small goblin walking from the northern tunnel to south.
Oh
Special
God.
girl.
Look at you all. Wow, you did quite well. Bruga's very happy. Walks over to your table, your 2 companions still within the wagon. Begins to walk towards them, pulling out a very interesting holy symbol. This looks to be towards the sun god, towards Balor. Magic begins to speak celestial, providing greater restoration to both your companions, giving them holy light and removal of their conditions. I was watching from afar. I thought I could render some aid for my finest to yet customers.
Well, you know the drill, boys. You better pucker up.
No.
Oh, my head hurts. What the fuck happened?
You're all fine. You're just fine, dear. Don't worry. Well, for payment, I'll take a kiss.
Can I just give you money?
Oh, dear. No, 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 no. I'll have those lips for sure. Give Bruga a nice, juicy, smuggling pucker.
But to be honest, we didn't ask for this. You just kind of did it on your own. So I think it's,
Careful
For
that she
free.
doesn't turn them back to stone.
Oh. You wish me to return them back to stone? I can. I will. I can. No worries.
Tartan will give her a big old kiss.
Going what? Ooh. Romantic, are we?
A favor for a favor.
Now for you, darling. Looks towards you, Frank.
I'm a married man. I
Not
rolled deception
anymore.
for that.
Ex-wife.
It's not.
Roll
Can I roll
deception.
roll deception for that?
Roll deception.
This is your chance for a rebound, Frank.
Oh no, Tartan's gonna straight up out him.
No.
Oh my god. Wow. How many net 20s can we roll this
I'm a
session?
married
oh my
man.
god. That's so many. What is happening? Frank rolled 3. Deception? Oh, net 20. No worries. Your friend says one thing, you say another. Married, I don't care, Bruga. It's just a kiss, darling.
Homewrecker.
Your partner will be fine.
This feels wrong. However,
Don't worry,
Frank does
Frank.
appreciate not being in stone anymore, so fine, he will
Well,
kiss.
she could have done worse to you while you were a statue.
Tartan and Frank, both your tongues are now blue. Ooh, what good kissers you all are. It's very nice. Appreciated, Bruga does. Very nice. I'll be watching, I believe, for the next competition. Individual, any of you sign up? No? Yes? Maybe?
Oh yeah, it was going to be
Yes.
difficult for
Yeah.
you to participate as a statue.
No, it is.
Hey.
Indeed.
At least he saved all of his abilities.
I was gonna say, is it worth dropping out for you at this point? I think we've made our money, Frank. I don't think it's worth you dying.
I would not drop out if I were you. It's not good. Good for business? No.
Oh, I'm
mean-
doing this. You guys don't want to watch me die?
Well, we almost
No.
did just.
I
was-
mean,
I was in stone.
I thought we were all going to die there for a little bit.
Yeah.
that was a little, that was way too close. Way too close.
Bar still
Um,
nearby. I think we need a drink.
How much time do we have before the
I
individual
think
competition?
you've got like 30 minutes before you have to
No,
start.
we breaking for lunch, dog. That's at least an hour, depending on the state you live in.
You talking two martini
That's enough
lunch.
time to go to the House of Fortune and Favor and get our money and place some more money. Yeah, get some money.
Betting might
You're
be
doubling
closed,
down. I think the
No, we are not doubling down on Frank.
I think I'm gonna just.
That man
Okay.
charged at a magical creature like a madman.
I didn't know it was magical. No one
ride
told me it was
I mean,
or
magical.
die.
So I mean,
Yeah, we're going to ride together because we're going to have money to bring him back if he dies.
You say madman. I say brave as shit.
I prefer uneducated. Because now I
Bravery
know
is
what that is.
stupidity.
Now I know what that
It's
is.
Is there
I mean,
anything
that-
I can offer you all? Bruga is a businesswoman after all. I do business.
Put all of my money into the bet.
I
What did you have in mind, Bruga, that you could offer us to help us?
Well, I suppose if this one intends to fight individual, perhaps they would like to be recovered in the healing.
Healing.
I can recover his health.
I have time
Oh.
for a short rest in between.
I mean, short rest is only an hour. You just skip lunch.
Yeah, you tourist.
Just skip
That-
lunch.
Skip
That
lunch,
said,
man. Fasting.
we did
Alright,
bet
you
on
gotta cut weight
ourselves.
before a fight.
Any chance that you have some rings of protection on you that he could potentially?
Rings of protection. Of course I have rings of protection, but it depends on how much coin you have. Ooh,
mean-
let me tell you this. No coin now. You have put a wager at House Fortune in favor, I suppose. I'll take 10%. And you'll get to that protection you desire.
Oh.
Oh.
No!
Oh.
What are these sour faces? Bruga healed you from petrification, and I supposed to kiss in return? Absolutely horrendous. Bruga does not.
10, oh, that's one ring for each of us of that percentage, right? We put a
know how
big
much you
wager
bet.
down.
How much did you
We
bet?
got
I do not know. Bruga does not know.
It was above the 20,000 mark. We had a 5-1. We put a lot of money down.
Ooh, that's a lot of coin, Bruga.
That's
would
what.
make
Hence
nice.
our
Maybe,
reactions.
take vacation to Krakas, who knows?
That's what I was saying. 10% is a little high for
10%.
one ring.
I give you all rings of protection. And Bruga's good favor.
That sounds like a good deal at that point. That's 5 rings.
All
I'm
that's
just curious.
for
Hold on a second. How many
15K.
rings of protection
Well,
can you
Dougal-
wear?
Dougal already has a ring of protection,
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, so do I.
and so does Ares.
Oh.
You cannot stack Ring of Protections, but you can
That's what I
stack
thought.
the same bonus from the items. So if you have +1 armor class provided by different items, you can. But you cannot stack
What-
2 Rings of
So
Protection.
then,
would you happen to have 2 cloaks of protection to trade for those
Of
2 rings?
course, darling. I run a magic shop. Are you serious?
okay, so then 3
Reckoning
rings.
So if
goes
we can
like
get 2 cloaks
candy.
and 3 rings for 10% of our winnings, I think that's reasonable.
No, just to be clear though, that is just the group competition, right?
Just
Ooh.
10% of our
Wait,
wager,
wait,
correct?
wait. I just wanted to
Ooh,
make sure.
so being quite smart, are we? I said 10% of the entire winnings of the
Oh.
Ride or Die party. Mm.
Of the party, yes.
I gotta send my daughter to college. I can't. I can't
Well,
afford
we'll
it.
come to terms with that. We'll make sure that your daughter's what college are they going to, dear?
Oh, I think I already forgot where I wrote it down. One sec.
It's one of the ones in Melandar.
Ooh, Glinda, those pompous aristocrat assholes. No worries, I have connection. Your daughter goes there free.
She goes there
Frank,
free now. Wait,
Ooh,
wait.
why not?
What does
worth
that
it after
cost?
all.
Wait, what does that cost? I need to make sure.
A different kind of kiss, Frank.
Shit,
Frank's
okay.
staying the night with Bruga.
All right,
dude.
sorry guys. Time for me to leave after this. I'm going to retire.
Bruga's eyebrows begin to raise.
Mission accomplished.
Character arc complete. I'm done.
Frank,
Oh.
is your daughter a blonde by any chance? Just asking.
You don't need
Just
to know
curious.
that. That is something Athos and I will be discussing in private for the future wedding. Okay, that is
Now
not,
become a shotgun wedding.
you will be invited if he decides it's appropriate, but no.
Listen, I have connections from here and afar. If your daughter wishes to understand the arcane, I'm more than willing to provide. Perhaps we can come to some arrangement for the cost of tuition. Bruga makes many things happen.
I would also, not at this moment, but it would be great if perhaps in your grand wisdom and expertise, you could lend me some assistance in creating, or rather finishing, a magical creation that I've been tinkering with.
Magical creation? What does it come from? Origination, I propose? Where?
Originally from Felgum. It is fascinating design, some goggles that allow you to see the unseen. I would like to modify the design, perhaps, given as talented as I'm sure you are, that you could probably provide some insight.
Oh,
I have
I
some
sure can. Yes, I can.
Fresh
dear.
ingredients I would like to add.
I would love your ingredients. That'd be lovely.
Why are you making goggles and not a robot? Automatron, whatever.
What
they
is a
call it.
robot? That's not something that D&D knows. It's a golem, dear.
Whatever. Golem. Hmm.
Robot.
The Felgem
big
were
metal
quite
thing that
fond
hit me
of
hard.
golems. They were quite fond of many things, their researchers. The Isle of the Blessed. I suppose you come by Bruga's many things, we'll get it tallied, and we'll make sure your goggles of the sea invisibility are made correctly.
Excellent.
Well, dears, I must be off. Individual starts soon, and, well, I'm not supposed to be here. Oh. Farewell, goodbye, tally-ho. Begins
We
to
get
walk
the
away.
rings.
You saying that out loud?
Yeah, did we get the rings?
Oh, the rings and the cloaks. Yes, I did forget. Perhaps you want them now, maybe? You don't
That'd be
have to die.
fantastic.
It
Well, if he's
would
going to go
be
hit-
helpful for his, you know.
And
Since
then,
he's going to go
yes,
kill
competition.
people for money. That's
and then yes, if I win, then yes, you can.
I
have
will be back. 1
more.
second. Yip, yip.
Bruno, hold on one
Staff
second.
disappears.
Just a
Nope,
just a
nope,
She's
Watch
gone.
away.
She's gone. She's gone. She's gone. She'll be
You
back.
see, as the House representatives now are like looking upon, being like, "What the that?" So, not many people in here within the space, right? There's not a lot. The kitchen's kind of being prepped. Lunches and other things are being hounded to the house servants as well as the blacksmith. They're going through the bodies at current, kind of ripping apart the armor, checking what's salvageable, what's not. The blacksmiths continuing their repairs and things. And now individual competitors are now coming in. Quite a lot of individuals. In fact, there's easily 12 times the amount of people that were in the space before. So they are really filling the occupancy. And Kularez was quite right. The 2 monster rounds are very critical to kind of wean through the amount of mass that kind of comes to these competitions and flocking to become grand champions and win the prize pool and potentially gambling of House Fortune in favor. So as that begins to happen, Bruga returns quite quickly, teleporting into space, this greenish sphere. Then they are appearing. Oh! They do have cloaks and rings left and right of their forearms or hands. Who wants what? Here you are. So who's getting what?
Cloak for Aries, cloak for Dougal, and rings for the other 3.
I kind of wanted to ask for something else, but she left.
You're being greedy. We can go shopping later.
No, it's not about shopping. Instead of the cloak of protection, see, if I stay far enough away, I don't really need the armor, but I was looking for, I don't know, something that could help me with my bow hit the target more reliably.
Doesn't the cloak also give a +1 to saves, though? Wouldn't
Correct.
yes.
So it's more than just your armor. It's also spells and, not getting disintegrated.
I do one thing, and I
Turn off sharpshooter.
I shoot things. I shoot things, and I do a lot of damage. I
Yeah,
wanna be
you
able
can't
to
shoot
hit them
things if
better.
you're dead.
Ooh. New sentence.
Okay. So the items are in the inventory, but really come down to that you can't actually attune to these items quite yet. In fact, you won't be able to do that until you go through a long rest. So they are in your inventory.
Cool.
I didn't think
Hitting
about that.
things, my dear. Well, for you, I suppose I can make an exception of something. You already have the bow, and well, from what I witnessed, you were hitting that creature quite nice. A spawn of Malrugar, quite powerful eye monster. Malrugar being I believe, the cousin of Xanathar.
Do you know who? Can you inform us who Balrugar and Bleh is?
Malrugar and Xanathar are creatures, aberrations. They are magical creations. It is not foretold from my knowledge of where these creatures come from, only that they seek to harness the immense power of the arcane of the worlds. They were servants once, broken free from the bondage of their masters. Balrugar and Quinferin are known to me. Balrugar and Xanathar are known to me because they laid siege to the labyrinth of the Wizard's Keep due to the meddling of Quinferin, a wizard of old, who harnessed and harvested the eye stalks of these creatures. Focuses attention towards Athos. To form a powerful magical item, a staff, hidden away. Quinferin's followers still exist. They are in the region of Ethrina, a small island in a bay. This place is magically protected and secluded. The bay is known as the Slendar, and the place that Quinferin mages lie are Heron Histar and Chasrana. They operate a keep there, small. The staff, I believe, lies there, powering and harnessing the eye stalks. Anyways, during the siege and attack of the labyrinth, these creatures destroyed many wizards and mages. They also killed Quinferin, a wizard of old. It was only by one, a wizard of old named Magello, that struck a peace with these creatures. They gave them a powerful weapon, known at the time as the Bane of Berithum. In exchange, they would do no such meddling with these creatures. They would not mess with them. No more. And the studies of Quinferin would be stopped. Time has not been so fortunate. The mages of Quinferin continue, and even protected their research. Oh well, nothing we could do. Surprising the creature wanted all of you dead. Seems you have really ticked off someone. Perhaps someone of great power. Brooke was quite interested.
Well, after Frank wins his tournament, maybe we should all have a conversation. It seems you may be able to provide us some answers in exchange for us entertaining you with our
Ooh, entertaining me. No, Bruga wants all of you to entertain me at once. Bruga would love that.
Oh my god.
I don't think we're talking about the same type of entertainment anymore.
I mean, it sounds like your kind of entertainment.
I mean, it does, but I don't know about with you guys. I mean, Frank's going to be my father-in-law one day.
I'm gonna kill this son of a bitch at some point. You guys aren't gonna know it.
Wow. Group 5, run that absolutely raw.
Ride or die. Ride or die.
Honestly, if you're watching the stream, I don't even know if this is allowed. It's totally fine. Innuendos are great. Wow.
Yes, well.
Anything you wish to ask me, dearies, before I part ways?
Tired.
Farewell then. Goodbye. Good luck. Don't die.
Okay.
Be unfortunate. Yip yip. Teleports away.
Yep.
Frank, how you feeling? You need some of those pat downs, those touchy touches.
I just need
I
to
don't know if we have time for that. That's, never
I
before
meant-
a big fight.
Oh no! What? Get your heads out of the sewers.
You just offered him a touchy touch.
Yeah, one of my cure wounds.
I mean,
What do you-
Athos has a point. You've been talking about his daughter all day. Now you're offering to touchy touch to him.
Yeah, his daughter. Look,
you like the
Hey, Doug,
Richard Deans,
how are-
huh?
how are your wounds feeling? Would you like some heals?
I think I should be fine after I rest.
Do you have time for a rest?
For a short rest? Yes. I do.
Yeah, there's enough time for a short rest.
Then never mind.
I'm gonna roll all of them.
I mean, I have plenty of spells, so you can keep them if you need them. In case you have, a short rest between rounds as well.
It used to be private. You could do this. Now it's all public.
You're gonna show me those
Change the
rules.
rule.
I'm gonna show you the fucking rules. You're gonna fucking like it.
You're rolling like shit. You sure you don't want me to
That's
steal you?
another
Fucking
three.
full
Oh
health.
my
I'll have
God.
plenty to go.
Oh, there you
The
go.
one.
I'm good to go now. We're good.
That man was on the struggle bus.
It was
Another 3.
Jesus. 1, 2,
But-
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
For future reference, for a first level spell slot, I can heal you for a D8 plus 5. So it's a
Oh.
little bit,
maybe when I'm done, if I'm bleeding and dying.
You're just don't die.
I do
How long
not
is my
plan
party?
to.
You all can take short rests at this point. You're really just around the table. Individuals are kind of coming in. At this point, actually, after I'm going to just advance the time clock, we're going to get past the noon hour. The crowd kind of transitioning from the small to large. So we're going to kind of make that a lot louder at this point. And also tone down the blacksmith. The blacksmith is really kind of ceasing their work involvement for the day, right? Kind of working through the armament and other things. There's not much to be done now. So go ahead and take your short rest if you'd like, and then we have a Song of Rest that can be applied as well from Tardan there. When you're waiting here and going through your short rest at your long table with these benches here, getting some drinks and food provided to you by the House Representative that is most gracious that you have survived, as well as congratulating you on your victory, Kulores actually comes down from the northern tunnel, the same one that Bruga actually kind of walked through, knowing that that might have some entrance into the rest of the Colosseum, as well as the northern northwest rampart that leads into the northwest grounds of the Colosseum. Flores, dressed as they were before, they're accompanied by numerous amounts of house guard, kind of filling the space. They then press through the crowd, looking to talk to all of you. Congratulations. You all did quite well. I understand that there was, from what the creature had spoken to the crowd, was a name that I have only heard in the whispers of traders and merchants. A Damodar. Is this a name that you all are familiar with?
Did you set us up?
Where did you find
Straight
that
to the
creature?
point.
I did not set you up. I would not do such things to competitors. House Kulores is independent. We try. We do pay taxes to the Talthars as service to the crown, but we do not have allegiance to others. This creature came to us in the Crystal Desert. Some of my patrols and slavers. It gave itself willingly to the competition upon being encountered, and seemed eager to challenge others, saying it had no allegiance or alliances to anything but itself. It is not
That
uncommon.
didn't seem suspicious.
No, it is not uncommon. We fetch giants and other creatures from afar as well. They are eager to compete and prove their worth. I've not laid eyes on a creature such as this before. Apologies, I suppose, is in order. For being targeted as such, it seemed that they had a motive beyond just fighting.
They did, but I don't know that this is the place to discuss such matters.
Many of these competitors do not care what we say here. We can always speak later. You all are more than welcome to come up to my box, to the balcony, and we will eat, drink, and we can speak further. For you, Frank, you have competition to fight, and yours starts soon. I'd prepare yourself for the monsters. Come. the rest of you.
Frank, before we go,
Oh,
I have something for you. Once you've made it to your last opponent, all or nothing, pour this on your weapon just before you go out. It will slay them instantly.
oh.
Don't actively
will-
cut yourself with that weapon.
Yeah, be careful who you hit it. It will last until you hit something with it.
Oh.
And I will pass him a vial of poison.
Okay. All right.
You're giving Frank a vial of poison.
Fuck yeah.
So
Has Coolrez turned around at all yet?
Coloris has turned around, aiming towards that northern tunnel. Yeah, and the house guard was kind of culminating. And it's a very tiny tunnel. It's not very tall, not very wide. It's really just for auxiliary to transfer between the monster holding cell kind of waiting area up there in the northern rampart, right? But
Wait,
they're
Athos,
away
stab it in the
from
back.
your ears, 20 feet away. The large crowd is definitely.
Tempting. Don't like surprises.
I'm going to grab Frank by the shoulders.
Oh, God.
Don't fucking die. I don't know if he's going to fight in the next 10 minutes, but I'm going to give him Bardic Inspiration anyway.
Yeah, Bardic Inspiration, 10 minutes. It's going to be wasted, but yeah, you inspire Frank.
I feel
Frank a
I gotta
little
fight
boost.
right now.
Frank's feeling pretty good right now. He's hell yeah.
And
Ride or die, Tartan. Ride or die.
No or die at this point. It's
Just
you're riding,
just ride, okay,
riding through the round. Okay.
Ride.
and as all this is happening, seeing the troubles that Frank had last time with a creature in the air or one that could hit him from far away, I'm gonna give Frank my old longbow.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Give Frank the longbow.
And I'm going to give him. How do I have to go to the arrows. Never mind. And I'm gonna give him my. You know what? I'm gonna. Man, I hate doing. I'm gonna give him
Give him the
regular
plus
arrows.
ones.
I don't like them.
No, give him the plus ones.
Yeah, we'll do the regulars.
Oh,
Take the regulars.
fine. I'll give him plus ones.
Take the regulars.
You can do it. Come on. You don't even need
So,
arrows. anymore.
Dustin, just know that when you use magical arrows, when you recover them, they are regular arrows. When you recover them,
I didn't want to recover any of those arrows that were out there.
Okay. Okay. Just,
I
I know
was-
you like
I was-
recovering. So.
He's
Yeah,
over
yeah.
it.
No, I was spent after that last fight. So
Okay. 30.
I didn't-
35. You're
Yeah,
a plus
35.
ones. Wow.
yeah. Hey,
Yes.
Frank, this is a loner.
Yeah, no.
All right. The arrows. That is.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, no.
You can.
What? You don't
you
even
can keep-
need arrows anymore.
Really, I think that last fight.
That last
showed
fight
me
showed that
Tartan
maybe we could use.
did exactly why I need some arrows, right?
We will keep you stocked up on plus twos. Okay, you have
Yeah.
proved your worth to the party. We can
Yeah.
afford to buy you some
Your
plus two arrows.
Oh,
Yeah. You know what? You know what? Hart and I were about to have a special moment until that. Now
I mean, that is
it
pretty
ruined
much
it
how
all.
a special moment with Tartan goes.
It just ruined
That
it
is
all.
that is pretty
That's
much how
the
they go with
highest
our.
compliment you could get from Target.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't call you worthless. Like, what more do you want from Tarted? That's pretty much like.
Oh man.
I think Nereus had the right line on Tartan and what his worth is. Anyway, Frank, please use all of them. Use none of them.
Yeah, just
Use half of them. Just whatever is not used at the end. I would just like to have those back so I can use them later, please.
Yeah.
But
thank
feel
you.
free to use anything you need to, just in case you get into a situation like the one we were just in.
All right. Well, I really appreciate it, all of you. Look at Dougal. Thanks for being there. I guess.
For being the best cat a man can have.
Raises
Speaking
the
of which,
fist.
is Dougal? Oh no,
So
he's
Dougal's
not a
there.
cat anymore. I forgot.
Not a cat.
Not
Oh,
a cat.
All right.
Still a rabbit, though.
You can always role play as Sir Dougal if you'd like. It's up to you.
No, that's fine.
What do you guys call a pair of bananas on the floor? Slippers. Frank, he's trying to return the
How
favor.
much
Can I take that
How
Bardic
much-
inspiration back?
Oh man,
Aries, are you sure you want to loan him that longbow? Are you sure?
Let's move on.
This is the man.
He's feeling it, man. He's starting to
Maybe
bounce
just load
back
that
a little bit.
longbow too.
Starting to bounce
Maybe
back.
he can prove his worth to the party, Tardan.
Look, not everyone can be as valuable as you are, Aries. Okay, let's not set the bar so high.
I mean,
I don't view myself as valuable at all, Tardan.
I haven't really been here long, but so far he's been the most viable member of this party from what I've seen. So,
If we didn't work together as a team during that last fight, none of that would have been possible.
you see how many rays I got shot with? That was really cool.
I mean,
You were
that's a
an
great
excellent
example.
Ray Stoker.
Frank,
That is
that's a great
true.
example. If I would have been hit by those rays, none of the damage would have happened.
Yeah.
Right? If Tardan wouldn't have blinded the guy, I wouldn't have been able to get a couple of extra shots on him.
Yeah, hindsight being what it is, I probably should have re-blinded him.
Athos, no offense, Athos. Athos, I'm not sure what you did, but I'm sure you did something to help us.
Not really.
Oh,
Athos did like 9 damage.
Real magic was friendship all around.
okay.
You
Well,
guys.
Athos, your strategy was what kept him away from us in the beginning. The bottom line is it's a team effort, guys.
Hell yeah.
And Tardan, I just want to say, as much as I hate where you come from and what it stands for, I do appreciate the fact that you didn't throw your instrument on the ground and just leave this time, and you actually stuck it out and took some hits for the team.
All right, look.
That
Last
means a
time
lot.
that I threw my instrument on the ground, people were murdering people that could not fight back. And horses.
Tardan, you threw your instrument on the ground when your spell didn't work on the assassin that was killing me. It had.
I mean, yeah,
nothing
that
to
was
do-
just me kind of
No.
giving up. There was a whole series of events that just transpired
It also
in a
just
very
had
short
quite-
amount of time.
Quite a lot of drugs.
I like to
I-
pretend that was the moment we
I
all
don't
started
think
bonding
Tard was
with
high
friends.
at that point.
No, he hotboxed a whole bag of drugs in the middle of.
Oh
the
yeah, I did because I threw him at her,
Fucking-
and it only affected me.
I think
No one else.
I didn't get infected.
Yeah, no
I
one
actually
else.
I actually woke up a little bit. It felt nice.
It was the
Drugs.
worst
I'm
backfire
waiting.
ever.
Well, anyway, it was a team effort, and I think we found that we worked better as a team. With that being said, I've shot things, and now it's time to go drink.
Hell yeah.
You shoot things really good, and I'm proud of you.
Well, you know what, Tardan? Thank you. But
Do
I
not
view that
believe
as a
him.
very sarcastic comment that you didn't really mean. Anyway,
Oh
I'm
no,
gonna
I
go to
meant
the-
it. I even
I'm
said
gonna
it in
go-
the middle of the fight. What do you want
I'm
from
gonna-
me?
I'm going to go to the box that the man offered, and I'm going to drink until I can't walk. So, Frank, don't die,
Hell
because either you or Dougal is going to have to carry me out of there. And I don't think Dougal is very strong, judging by the way he swung that sword.
That was a really bad.
Damn, that man ain't even here to defend himself.
Not
It was
here.
worth. It was a worthwhile
he's a
comment,
bunny.
though, right?
Well, at least I tried.
Okay. Sir, you are absolutely right, Sir Dougal. You tried, and that's more than we've gotten out of some people in some fights.
The birds
And
were
I'll stare at
clutch.
Tardan.
100%. The birds were hugely clutch.
The birds
See how many
were-
eye rays those giant owls soaked up? Huh?
they were
transported
rather
the
impressive.
statues
Yeah.
They
beautifully.
moved me across the arena.
But
That
that-
was cool.
But
I
that
did my
doesn't have
best.
anything-
What they put on for
Dougal.
the crowd with the statue of Frank flying gracefully through the air.
You know, in hindsight,
mean-
it should have actually dropped me on on the eye monster from a
That is
Oh,
true.
Oh my god!
axe
That would have been a 200 IQ player in there.
That's-
actually.
that'd
that
be
would
great.
be way. That's way too high IQ for. I mean, I
Drop
would say.
Oh,
I would say that's too high IQ for what Sir Dougal's intelligence is. But Harrison might have came up with that.
Yeah,
Harrison's
just
pretty.
drop.
Yeah,
Frank
Harrison
on
thinks
top.
he's
Just
really
drop-
outside the box. So.
The Stone Frank.
Once again, everybody contributed to the fight. I'm just saying that your strength for the team and for the party here is not
Your strength.
necessarily strength. It's in other areas. And without you, honestly, we don't win that fight. So thank you. Now, Sir Dougal, I think I can outdrink you today. What do you say we go get some ale? Or
That sounds
wine,
good. Let's do it.
or snake poison, whatever the guy has. Let's just
Yeah,
go fuck
snake
it.
poison. Fermented. That sounds great.
Frank, don't fucking die.
Yeah, I'm okay. Okay, okay. I'm just gonna say okay at this point. Okay. Oh man.
Okay. So you all begin to go with the entourage of Coolores and Coolores themselves. You head north through the small auxiliary tunnel. The sounds begin to diminish, and you are brought to kind of a quiet place. There's still a small crowd kind of forming inside of the chamber there, and you see an additional rampart on the northern side going to where you actually enter in to the actual Colosseum itself. They then open one of the large, massive portcullises on the northern side, slightly to the corner of the east, and you begin to pass through, seeing the notable creatures that they house here. Many different types of dinosaurs actually within. They even have small wyverns and other large wyverns, these draconic-like creatures. More behears, these other creatures that you have faced in terms of the Tyrannosaurus rexes in group Clove. They have a lot. There's also giants, frost giants even, inside of the cages. Those more willing. They're not fighting against the bars like the others. They're here to fight and to contest. So when you go through this, it's just a large corridor, massive height, portcullis-like gates on either side of you, and you're really just kind of going through the space of the Colosseum. And I basically told myself that I was going to figure out what the underneath part of a Colosseum is. And I'm going to Google it because I totally forgot to look it up. But I believe I think it's a hypogeum is like the phrasing of what it's like a Greek word, but it's essentially the labyrinth underneath the Colosseum, and it has multiple different cavities and pockets. Okay. So you're kind of working through that network. It's like a maze even. And so a lot of the cages are vacant. They don't have creatures in them, right? They're not going to house creatures for like months at a time and feed them, right? So you get to the northern side of the Colosseum through the network. Then you pass through a secret door, a sandstone door that they slide, fitting into the groove, and then there's a spiraling staircase. That, as you begin to ascend, works itself up to a midsection of the northern side of the Colosseum, goes into a series of intersections and corridors, eventually leading to the boxes. The boxes are not at the tallest point of the grandstands. They actually sit just above the middle point of the grandstands, so about 80 feet in the air. Okay, it's a perfect viewing, and they do encompass much of the northern and much of the southern side. So you are on the northern side, central part of the grandstands. Eventually, you get into a private, secluded, double wooden kind of door that's like metal reinforced with some sandstone anchorings to the hinges. Guards abundant. You pass in and you see there are many individuals in here, noble, commoner folk, people that may have had some investments into the gladiators. There's also mages in here, some scholarly like type folk, a lot of them sitting on couches or laying down on cushions and blankets and other sorts of rugs. They're feasting on delights served in gold plates, gold bowls, gold goblets, everything pristine. The pillows silk. The space is roughly 30 feet wide and 40 feet long. 10 feet of that length extends to the balcony with a cloth overhang of vibrant gold and silver. Many different scissor chairs and other things there. That is the balcony that Coolores has been sitting and watching you all. There's a bar on the eastern side, filled buffet style. All realms of game. Seafood, breads, cheeses, vegetables. It's a bountiful harvest, cooked to perfection. They have wine, mead, ale, dwarvish stouts, liqueur in this bar, held in crossed cabinets and stands, all at the backside of this bar, with servicing of cups and things underneath. The room is made of sandstone, held by pillars and supports, just like the rest of the Colosseum, and aided by wooden beams and pylons. When you go in, the people in this room immediately cheer. They applaud you. Grand champions. They shake your hands, getting up, hugging you, just to get a glimpse of the favor and fortune you have all been provided by winning. They then begin to talk to you about business, some of which the mages, speaking from afar, hinting to you, Athos, of the Tolkarvas Republic. But the Coolores Lanista, the Dragonborn, pushes past. The guard pushed them out of the way. Aim to sit at the forefront of seats on the balcony to see your friend fight. Business is for later. Now is for entertainment, the Dragonborn states numerous times. There's no need to talk to you all. This is celebrity status, and something you all have achieved just by fighting in the group competition. As you sit down and you stare, you have an angle to view not only the grandstands around you, but also the field of play. They are currently cleaning up the mess you all have done. Still, the creature is heavy and large, having to lift it into a wagon. They are assisted by mobile, like crane wagons, and horses and oxen as they begin to cart it to the northern rampart. They also shift and sieve the sand, removing the blood, so that the field of play is clean for the individual competition. Coolores sits down. A servant comes by with a golden tray filled with glasses of the same fermented serpent venom, offering it to you all, as well as stating anything that you would request to this servant. They are mine and my own. Food, drink, anything, it'll be done. You all are able to place your orders as you see fit.
Am I able just to get my own, or do I have to go through the servant?
You can simply go up to the bar. That's up to you. I'm not telling you can't do that or not. That's up to you.
Harden's
Hold me
going
while
to
I wait
order
for
some
the bar.
bacon.
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 Bacon's a good snack while you watch your friend fight, you know?
You get like 3 pounds of that shit and just sit down. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, pretty much. It's bacon. I'm assuming popcorn probably doesn't exist, so I'm going to get some bacon.
Smoked and cured. It's funny that you state that because historically popcorn is actually a very ancient food. So popcorn would actually exist, I would say, in this game. So if popcorn is something you'd wanted, then that's fine.
Harden's going to order some popcorn.
Do popcorn with bacon.
Bacon popcorn.
Yeah, they have that this whiskey club that my parents are members at. It's like a little appetizer. It's fucking awesome.
Do they pop the popcorn in like the bacon grease? Is that?
Yeah, they yeah.
Ooh, that's
Yeah.
solid for
It's
sure.
really
Out
good.
of character, if you ever have a chance, there was a restaurant I used to go. I forget the name of it. A long time ago, they made bacon nachos, They actually fry the tortilla in bacon
Oh
grease.
God.
Oh boy.
It was jalapenos. It was so good. I mean, it was like, the best nachos I've ever had.
Is
Anyways,
it CI's,
in
Michael?
in character. No, it's not CI's. That place is so bad.
I know.
Okay. So you request bacon. Bacon is provided. Areas you go up to the bar. There's several different barkeeps, right? These servants are dressed in the same colors of House Coolores. They're able to assist and help you. Anything ordering something too particular? Questions maybe?
No, nothing in particular. I'm just going to my cup is never going to go empty on drink during the entire Frank fight. Essentially,
Fight.
Cheers. Yeah.
So Sir Dougal and I are going to just have a little, not really a drinking competition, but after today's events, we're going to go ahead and drink a lot.
Okay. Sir Dougal cheers the golden goblet. The cup is ever flowing and never ends. Athos, you have yet to speak.
Athos will order a spiced mead and a fruit and cheese assortment. And we'll flag down one of the servants and just, you there, could you get my shoulders? It was quite a fight we just had. I'm a bit tense.
Oh, of course, I can. Yes.
Oh my
Grand
God.
champion. More than willing. Yes.
Oh,
Begins to
excellent,
massage
thank
your shoulders.
Yes, that's
Another
good.
servant comes by and
Ares
begins to
is-
work on your feet.
Ares is going to look at Athos and say, I expect this type of behavior from Tardan, but from you?
Well, it's been a long day.
I agree. I just expect a little more out of you.
Careful where you set your expectations. Looks can be deceiving.
As can
As I'm
intelligence.
learning, I guess my perception still needs some work, doesn't it?
You're taking a break on that with that drinking competition. Don't even worry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I expect you
Stay
will be
off.
perceiving
Yeah.
nothing for the rest of the night. Yes.
Mm.
While he is snacking and getting his massage, he's going to take some time to not pay much attention to the fight. He's pretty sure Frank's fine. And
Pretty sure Frank's fine.
he's going to ritually cast, identify, and detect magic, and just sort of study the eye stalks and try and figure out which ones he got.
Okay. So
Somewhat discreetly,
identify,
not-
detect magic.
Not way out in the,
Sure.
maybe in his
Ritual
lap.
casting. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So detect magic, they have potent magic flowing through them. In the same way that the aura given off by your stones, albeit immune to divination before they are suppressed, these eye stalks do the same. Perhaps sharing a very similar creator. The eye stalks, after identification, they each possess a specific spell or magic that they can fling innately. Regenerating from the arcane, the chaos about the world, they are able to immediately refuel and fire again. Without a hive mind, which is what the creature you face, the eye stalks are completely useless. Perhaps recreating that in terms of a staff, like Brugge had mentioned, is enough to harness the powers of the stalks and simply create the creature you've just faced into a material item. That's all I have for you.
Excellent. So you said each one has a particular spell. Was that able to identify their particular spells?
Correct.
Or is
So
it a
you have a sleep ray, you have a paralysis ray, and you have a disintegration ray.
Nice.
Anything else?
No, that was it. Otherwise, he's just going to eat and drink and watch the fight.
With the tentacles.
Okay.
While getting a massage, play with the tentacles.
You'd be like the basketball fans that give the inflatable things. You start beating them together during the fight.
Sounds like a bad video on our other website.
Shoulders massaged as well as your feet. The servant's providing your wine, your board here of your different cheese and wine thing. Again, spiced, right? Everything is to perfection. Nothing here
Yes, I am
is
missing out.
short. of anything. Frank, you are missing out on the Grand Champion spoilers because you are going for twice Grand Champion.
Oh, I'm going for.
This
Okay, I'm
time
gonna be like
as an
ultra
individual.
celebrity status. I'm gonna be okay,
something that not many competitors are able to achieve. Now, changing our ambiance away, we are going to get back into the waiting area of the Coliseum. You, Frank, are surrounded by numerous competitors. Your perception here, far and few between. I mean, you really don't know anything. Grisal comes through the crowd. Frank,
Huh?
I'm still your representative.
Oh.
I'll be with you, getting you over to the competition. I got a lot more people I got to funnel through, so we're gonna get to you here. Do you have any questions for me?
Just want to clarify, 2 rounds of monsters, and then the rest is one-on-ones.
That's correct. 2 rounds of monsters and one-on-ones. We don't know how many we'll be fighting in
Yeah.
the one-on-one competition, so depends on honestly how many the monsters kill. So, Frank, though, watching you, I think you'll be all right. Okay. You need anything from me?
Just some water, and I'll be fine. Thank you.
All right, let me get to the kitchen here. Gonna walk on, gives you a cup, clay mug of water here. Here you go. I gotta go. Just gonna
All right.
walk like past you after handing it, and just really handling a lot of competitors.
I don't think he watched the fights. I don't think he saw that. I didn't do shit. All right, cool.
We then shortcut after going through the competitors. This in the group competition, watching the bodies of the groups come in from the wagons and wheelbarrows is nothing in comparison to the hundreds of individuals that are dying to the first round of the monster. Thrown in a pile, given no quarters,
Oh,
tossed. They're mopping the blood, stopping it from spilling over into the rest of the tables, keeping it contained towards the ramparts. Now even wheeling the bodies up to the cheap side. You could hear the voice of the auctioneer raining out, perhaps yelling for the particular person who has died, if anybody's willing to claim the body. Starting the process early. House representatives begin to fill in, more so than you've seen before. We now are going to get to the Coliseum as Grisal begins to escort you through. And I'm not going to go ahead and state it. We know where we're headed. We
Yep.
don't need to really go into anything else. Let's activate the map.
Let's go, Frank.
yeah. Oh, hey,
Having
guys.
it paused here. So you all are in the grandstands. I put you 80 feet above, so you have representation of where your current tokens are. You are on the north side, which is almost directly over the rampart, slightly adjacent to it. As the crowd begins to cheer off, the blood of the sand is yet to be replenished. For the individual competition, they're not going through what they did before. So the creature parts and everything the body parts that they have not recovered, and the blood and potentially the monster parts are still here. And their crowd begins to cheer. Seeing you in the group competition, this crowd recognizes you, Frank, and they're giving you everything. Ride or die. Ride or die. They begin to chant, giving all the love as the favor of the crowd begins to pawn over. Coolrez, for you all, has not announced any of the competitors. There's no announcement to anything. Frank, as you begin to walk up onto the stand, the portcullis of the Northern immediately opens. You hear the sounds of a bull-like creature raining outwards. As it begins to rain, growling and yelling. Roll initiative.
That's a scary looking thing.
All right, Frank, you're up first. Beginning combat right now. Frank, you're up. Out of character. Before you go, Frank, just one second. Out of character. This point, given our time, rest of our session, you most likely will be spectating, just watching. So have fun, enjoy yourselves. Go if you need to. Frank, what are we doing?
Dashing, baby.
Okay.
An ending turn. Oh, what happened? Weird.
Ending turn. We now come to the creature. The creature is going to take a dash aimed directly for you. I need to move it another 5 feet. It is running on all fours, quadrupedal, made of this metallic-like substance. It's a bull-like creature, moving large size, running, the shroud of sand behind it, kicking up. Frank, you're up next.
Oh, this looks scary. Prep. I'm not gonna use Great Weapon Master. So he said it's charging, right?
It's running in a dash. I say it's
Yeah.
charging because it looks like it's
Okay.
charging at this point.
Well, then I'm gonna move here, and I'm gonna hold my attack until it gets into range. That'll end my turn.
In mid-run, it moves roughly 15 feet. Then it begins to open up its mouth in a petrifying like breath.
What?
I need to move it just one more foot closer because it's only a 30-foot cone. Breathing out of its mouth here. Come on. It's got the recharge thing. No. All right, I gotta take 1 second.
I've slain the beast. It can't even function.
Slain the Foundry.
I went to cast it and I was like, oh, it's 30 feet, not 40 or 60 feet or sorry. So I was like, oh, shoot. And then it was put it on the recharge here. Okay. So it's going to get to here and then it's going to breathe. It's still in the mid run. It's going to prompt you for a con save. You succeed with a what?
All the 20s.
This is
Oh
a
my
gas
god!
like breath as it kind of breathes out. It's petrifying, right? So it's kind of aimed to do what you
Yeah.
have succumbed to before. You're able to recognize it, pulling yourself back, and then it continues its run. It's going to get you here on its total movement speed, and it ends outside of your reach. For
Oh,
your
you
health.
little
Frank, you're up
bastard.
next.
All right. Well, anyway, make sure Reckless is on. We're gonna start swinging.
Okay, going for the first
Wow,
swing
that
with the reckless
is
15. Pulls
Like the
itself
fifth
back.
time today we've seen that.
Strike into the sound. Strike into the sand. Pull your axe up.
That 15 did miss. Sorry, my ears.
15 miss. It did
Okay,
not hit.
just want to make sure.
Going for the second
Again.
strike.
Okay.
The
Wow.
double
24.
rolls, man.
Again.
Double rolls again. Statistically, super improbable. You go across 24 as a hit. You strike 21 total points of slashing cryo damage across the central point of the face.
Ah! Okay. Sidestep over.
Sidestep over. You come to the creature's turn. The creature begins to look towards you. It then raises up its horns and goes in for a gore attack. Recklessly gets advantage. It's a 17, which is going to miss you as you dodge out of the way, ducking down, and rolls its head through and is able to connect. Frank, you're up next.
Turn Reckless on again. We're gonna swing again. Hell
Come
yeah.
Natural 20!
Hell yeah.
Coming with the axe,
Damn!
pop down
Brutal
43
critical, baby!
total points of damage. If you ever thought that maximizing criticals for barbarians in this game, it does a lot of damage. I've actually seen barbarians do so much damage and maximizing criticals with brutal crit. 43 total points of damage to come hitting into its head straight down. You pin it into the ground. As you do it, pull the axe up. It's still alive as it
right.
sways side to side. The crowd begins to cheer.
All right, it's gonna be my second of 3 attacks because I critical.
Go across for your second of your attack action.
Unless
27
this is it.
is
I don't know.
going to connect. 21 total points as you come right up, slashing into the central point of its head, clicking into the metal, it pulls itself left, and then it fronts you again. Go for your bonus.
Oh, dude, if this is the case, I might as well try to go all out. We will put Great Weapon Master back on. We're gonna try.
Going for Great Weapon Master, we are a 17, which is not going to connect. As it does, it kind of hopples back, swaying side to side,
Got greedy.
timing and baiting you a little bit. You
yeah,
stomp
try.
the axe into the sand, and you're
All right.
unable to connect.
Oh, my turn.
We then come to the creature's turn. The creature then raises up its hoofs, pulling itself back to stomp down onto your central chest. 26 connects. It hits into your chest, dealing 18 total points
Nice.
of bludgeoning damage as it almost pushes you towards the ground, ending its turn. Frank, you're up.
Fair hit. All right, we'll turn Great Weapon Master off now. It's fun to have, but you know. All right, 1 attack. I forgot to put Reckless on. Whatever.
19 is going to connect. 16 points of slashing and necrotic damage is dealt as you come into one of its legs, chipping away, pulls itself down to the side.
All right. Second attack.
Come across
Hell yeah.
another natural 20. If I have to name how many nat 20s has been rolled in this session, I swear.
Got
I
you.
swear. Of all the sessions,
It's
the Coliseum fight,
crazy.
natural 20s for days, 47 points of slashing necrotic damage. You then take the advantage, taking the leg. You come across from left to right, cleaving into its head, chipping away. It is gone. Ending combat as you take half of its head off. We then come to the end of the round. The crowd begins to cheer.
Fuck yeah. Frank's gonna pump the crowd up as he walks out. Yeah.
Bumping the crowd as you begin to walk off. Switching ourselves over to the map so I can reset the Coliseum map here. You are met with the crowd that you had once before in the holding area, and you all are up at the balcony witnessing Frank decimating this creature in less than a minute. Kulurez speaks. Your friend is quite good. Bloodthirstiness of their swings. They do not have any care of their own personal butt.
Oh shit.
But the opportunity is abound for their connections.
That was a construct, right?
The creature?
Yeah. I don't know what that was.
No, it's not a construct.
It was not undead, right?
No.
All right, cool. I get 10 temporary hit points for killing it.
Okay.
I totally forgot about that.
Oh, from the blood axe.
Yeah, I totally forgot
Blood
about
axe.
that.
I'll put 10 temp. You
I already did, yeah.
Cristal is not able to heal you at this point. You haven't
I'm good.
sustained really major damage, so their Cristal is not actually healing you. We then come to the second round. Are you ready?
Oh, fuck yeah, baby.
Okay.
Let's go, Frank.
Feeling it. Oh. Oh.
Roll initiative.
All right.
You see the portcullis gate on your northern side open up as a frost giant begins to walk out. Begin
Sweet.
combat. Frank, you are up next.
We are dashing.
Or first, I should say. Ending turn, we come to the frost giant. The frost giant is making its movement in a dash as well. It then ends its turn. Frank, you're up next.
And I respect that move from him. I'm going to do the same thing. My turn.
Ending turn. Then begins to pull from its inventory a javelin.
Oh,
Then
sweet.
raises it up and goes in for a throw. Okay. 28 is going to hit you. It deals
Fuck yeah.
25 total points of piercing damage.
Cool.
As it takes the javelin out from the back, throws it, chips away at your shoulder in max range. It then begins to charge forward, drawing its large, grotesque axe.
Nice.
Frank, you're up next.
Okay, I have to move. Full action. Okay, we ball. Full action dash. Then rage. Then that'll end my turn.
Popping up the rage, ending turn, we come to the frost giant. The frost giant immediately charges forward, looks towards you. As it does, it goes in for a series of attacks with its axe. 2 strikes. First strike coming through 14 as you dodge out of the way, siding to the left. Strikes into the ground, ripping apart the earth. Begins to speak in giant, a language that you do not understand.
Oh, dude, I'm a farmer.
It then begins to come across with another strike of its axe. 13 again misses
on, man.
as it strikes down on the other side. Nimble and dodging, Frank, as you are, unable to connect. Frank, you're up. Round 4.
All right. Get the recklessing on. Go swing.
Come across for a
Nice.
reckless swing. 29 is going to hit. 22 total points of necrotic and slashing damage. Keep track of your own temporary hit points, please. As you come through, slicing into its leg, kind of yells outwards.
Swing it again.
Come across for the second strike. 28, Frank, into
Uh-huh.
the other foot.
That's
12
really bad.
points of damage dealt. Creature bleeding from the toes and of the shin. It's covered in bone-like armor. Patchwork, but it's still alive, barely bleeding.
All right, that's going my turn.
Ending turn. Now come to the giant. The giant comes through with a great axe strike towards the center point of your body. With advantage from the reckless, it gets a natural 20. As it is, it comes through. 70 total points of damage, half to 35.
Oh no.
As it clips into your shoulder, as you hold your blood axe, bracing it, clips you into the sand, pushing you through. It then takes its secondary attack to knock you prone. Please make an opposing athletics or acrobatics check.
Athletics.
successful as it comes to kind of grab with the offhand to shove you into the sand. You kind of move, shoving the fist off to the other side, showcasing your immense strength through the rage.
Hell
Frank,
yeah.
you're not looking so hot from the critical. You're up.
Oh, whoops! I forgot to fucking reckless again.
19 hits. We come across 22 total points of slashing and necrotic damage.
I put reckless back on. I forgot.
Yeah.
Just keep forgetting.
17 hits, 20 points of slashing and necrotic damage as you're working on the toes and the feet, backtracking itself. Kind of yells. Crowd cheering. The bloodthirst of this
Hell
battle.
yeah. And my turn. Yeah.
In her turn, we now come to the frost giant, who again tries to take you down prone, kicking you to the ground this time, raising its leg. Make an opposing athletics or acrobatics check.
Athletics.
Come across 26. As you do, you shove yourself down to the ground. The foot comes over, pulls itself, then takes the axe, coming down for a swing upon you. As it swings, it does shuffle roughly 10 feet to your left-hand side. 21 hits. As it does, it clips into your left side. You are dealt 16 from 32, bringing you down only to 38 hit points.
Cool.
Frank, you're up next.
All right, make sure I turn reckless on this time.
Come across recklessly, Frank. 29 is going to hit.
No.
You deal 15 total points of slashing and necrotic damage, flipping away at its foot.
Go again.
Come across with a secondary
Hell
strike.
yeah.
27 hits. And you deal 23 total points, staggering from side to side from the multiple lacerations of its feet and of its shin, of its legs. It's bleeding profusely into the sand, but it's still alive.
Let's go. And my turn.
We now come to the giant. The giant looks upon you, Frank. As it does, mercilessly, comes with 2 strikes. First strike, 14, is going to be a miss. You dive out of the way, hitting the sand, popping right back up. It then rotates around you, looking for another angle for a horizontal strike. It comes swiping around from right to left. 28 hits. As it does, it swipes into your central side of your ribs, hitting you. 27 total points. You resist to 13.
Owies, owie.
You are barely alive, such as this giant, breathing profusely from the horrendous onslaught. Round 7, Frank, you're up next.
Hell yeah. Keep it going.
23 connects.
Dude, once again.
12 points of damage into the large toe of the giant. Yells outwards. You pull the axe out. Swathing of the blood stripe. You come across for the second hit. Almost a natural 20. 30 comes through. Massive damage. How do you want to do it?
Okay, so I've been smacking his toes, right?
And legs as well as shins.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go for a jumping attack as like inner thigh for the femoral artery, just fucking flying through the air between his legs.
You pull the axe out of the big toe. It then falls down to a knee. You take the opportunity, bouncing off the other leg. Coming upwards with a downward strike into its femoral artery, you pierce it, bleeding profusely as blood begins to scatter across the battlefield. The creature is dead. Combat is ended, and the crowd cheers.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna die.
You see, as the crowd subsides in its cheers, seeing you begin to wobble off, Rasal is there to help you. Begins to pull you back, holding you by the shoulder. Then begins to pull out the remainder of their healing kit and provides you, as well as their other magical capabilities, and provides you 31 total HP.
Sweet.
In addition, at this point, you can short rest. There's enough time between the rounds that you could get a short rest off if you needed.
So it's 31?
Correct.
Okay.
Bet you're wishing you hadn't wasted those hit die now.
I'll have some. Good.
Okay. So go ahead and short if you need
Hell
short
yeah,
rest.
69 health. Yeah, exactly.
Song
what
of
we
Rest, like you're there, Tarn. It's fine. Tarn's there in spirit.
need. I'm gonna fuck your daughter.
No, no, no.
Damn, he went straight to the F word.
Absolutely.
Sweet.
So, pumping the heals back to you. You can take the short rest here. Looking at our time, we're right at the good point before we get into the competitors. I also don't want to keep the rest of your party just spectating. You know, it's enjoyable. I'm sure you're getting your drinks in, watching Frank almost die there to the giant. I mean,
getting
so
close.
It really came down to the rolls. We're going to go ahead and end the session here. No experience points for you all because we're still kind of in the combat. And you won't level up either. So we'll group them together at the end. You will also get experience points based on Frank's combat. That is also associated with you all. So just know that. Any questions?
Nope.
Nah, fuck
Okay.
Damodar.
Yeah, fuck Damodar.
No joke on that one.
Look.
And the beholder after us.
Well, with no questions and no experience points reward you on just yet on this session, we're going to go ahead and close the session out. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it as we go through our Coliseum session here. The awesome job for Group 5 Ride or Die for going through the group competition. Got really scary there for a second, but they did really well. Area showcasing their expert with their bow here. And we will be back for another session next week so we can see what happens here at the end of the conclusion of the Coliseum. Hopefully you join us then, and happy holidays and have a fantastic weekend.
Woo!
Bye.
Die.
Ride or die!